Live streaming is on.
Good morning, everyone. A very good day to all of you who are participating in Prologue 2020.
Dr. Namita, just wait for 2 seconds. There is a time lag between here and there.
Correct, Ravi. Baglanna close ಮಾಡಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ.
Dr. Namita, now you start.
Okay. Good morning to all the participants of Prologue 2020. Happy morning to you all. Today we are here on day 3 with a series of lectures spaced at 10, 11, 12 and 1 p.m. The first lecture would be on clinical program and documentation from our own alumnus, very famous maxillofacial surgeon, Dr. M. Girish Rao. And we have with us moderating this session is Dr. Kiran Kumar, who is my colleague, who was the head of the department, professor and head of the Department of Conservative Dentistry at Government Dental College. And he also holds the post of a Senate member at our esteemed university, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. Over to my dear Kiran to moderate this session.
A very good morning to all young postgraduate students, and hearty congratulations to you also for getting into esteemed MDS course. Today I'm very fortunate to moderate the program, which has been the Prologue, where the speaker is one of the India's best oral and maxillofacial surgeon, Dr. Girish Rao sir. Dr. Girish Rao sir did his undergraduation at Government Dental College, Bangalore. He secured first rank in all 4 years in Bangalore University and obtained 2 gold medals. He then joined post-graduation in oral and maxillofacial surgery at Government Dental College, Madras through All India quota, having secured 5th rank. After completion of his post-graduation, he worked in Kidwai to gain experience in oral cancer. He trained in the UK and obtained 2 fellowships from Royal College of Surgeons of England and Ireland. He gained experience in all aspects of facial-maxillary surgery and worked as a senior registrar at the prestigious St. Bart's and Royal London Hospital, which is oldest hospital in the world. He returned back to India in 1999 and is a consultant facial-maxillary surgeon in various super specialty hospitals in Bangalore like Nimans, Shankara Cancer Hospital, Sagar Hospitals, Apollo Hospital and Trustwell Hospital. He was a professor and head Department of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery, RB Dental College and Hospital for 17 years. He has special interest in cleft lip and palate surgery, oral cancer, correction of facial deformities, facial trauma and craniofacial surgery. He has published more than 25 papers in international journals and has been invited as a keynote speaker in several national and international conferences. He has authored chapters in international edition of Hamilton, Bailey, Clinical Methods in General Surgery and Leaford Axis Osteotomy in Juvenile Angiofibroma. The Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh has honored him in 2019 with a fellowship and has appointed him as an examiner for membership exam in oral and maxillofacial surgery held at Cairo, Dubai, Bangalore and Hong Kong. He was a past vice president and executive committee member for 4 years of the Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons India. He is currently the honorary general secretary elect of Association of Oral and Maxillofacial Surgeons of India. Over to you, sir. We are really excited to have you in this program.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran, for those very kind words.
And today, sir, will be talking about clinical program and documentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Kiran, for those very kind words of introduction. It's always a pleasure to come back to our alma mater and speak to young postgraduates and inspire them to take up postgraduation in a very serious way and take it to the next level. I'm going to share my screen, so just give me 1 second. Is my screen seen at all?
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you so much. Very good morning to all of you. And, it's a pleasure to address the young postgraduates on.
Sir, can you please share your camera, sir?
All right. Okay. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Am I seen now?
Dr. Girish? Dr. Girish?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You are seen, sir, now. You can go ahead.
Just 1 second. Is this okay now?
Yeah, it's okay. You can go ahead, sir.
Pleasure. Yeah. Very good morning to all of you. And it's a great honor to present to the youngsters, especially the postgraduates who have just, got into various dental colleges across Karnataka to address to you on a very important topic, that's clinical program and documentation. I did my post-graduation about 32 years back. And when I recollect the way in which we started the program, it was just that you were pushed into the department and said, from today, you start your work. And, we learned by seeing what our seniors were doing, what our, staff were teaching us. And it took us probably 6 months to get used to what this whole program is about. But today, 32 years down the line, you're so fortunate, first of all, to get the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences and the Government Dental College alumni, which has come up with this beautiful program of Prologue 2020. This has been going on for quite some time. Every year, we do have an orientation program, extremely popular. It's usually a 2-day program, but unfortunately, because of the COVID situation, we have had to do it online this year too. But I think it's absolutely important that you get an orientation as to what this PG program is all about. And we have stalwarts in various departments of dentistry who are going to share their experience and coach you to make your kind of experience in your postgraduate program a great one. So look at what are the things which we have to really look at the clinical program and documentation. Essentially, I'm sure all of you are thrilled to bits because of the fact that with stiff competition, you were selected to enter into a postgraduate program. Now, this is something which you need to see. If this man can do a postgraduate program, I'm sure each one of you can do even better than here. Let's look at how a PG program is going to be different from an undergraduate program. You've all been successful through a 5-year, very rigorous training program, and you've been honored with a bachelor degree, BDS, Bachelor of Dental Surgery. And now you are starting a new page, and that's where you are coming in as a postgraduate. There's a big difference in the way in which we train when we go into a postgraduate program. As an undergraduate, you were just introduced into the entire specialty of dentistry. Today, whatever branch you might be choosing, you're going to be the best in that branch. You might be an endodontist, you might be a maxillofacial surgeon, you might be an oral medicine and radiology specialist, or it could be even community dentistry or a periodontia or an orthodontist. Whatever branch it might be, you are going to be trained in that specialty, and you are going to be like the best in that. You are a postgraduate. So you're going to only have a focused kind of learning in the next 3 years. And this too, believe me, is just that you're entering into the shore of a vast specialties, whichever branch you have chosen to. There's so much more to learn. And if you have that mindset where you have that passion that I want to excel in that chosen specialty, sky is the limit to what you can do. At this point of time, I must also congratulate one of our alumni, Dr. Reena. She used to be a dean of a dental school and an orthodontist who came forward to basically give us this platform of Igacia. This is an indigenous platform. We've all been using either Zoom or WebEx kind of thing from Cisco, but I feel so honored that Professor Dr. Reena and Wing Commander Dr. Anup Banerjee has been gracious enough to help us to do this program on our indigenous platform, which you are all sharing it today. Thank you very much, Dr. Reena. So what is the overall objective of this clinical PG program? Now, essentially, if you really look at it, we join a PG program to enrich our knowledge, to have a good attitude, and learn some new skills. We also need to inculcate a very high degree of patient care. It's not just treatment which you need to just focus on, but the overall 360-degree management of patient care is absolutely key. And that is where it differs from an undergraduate program where you're just finishing off a quota. It could be just doing, say, 10 class 2 fillings or probably 30 extractions or doing 20 oral prophylaxis, whatever it was. There it was getting an insight. But here, you need to go into the depth of care of your patient and give a holistic care to the patients, which we'll dwell upon. You also need to develop and improvise your communication skills. And that is very, very important. The way you put across things to your patient, the way you explain to the patient, and the way you have empathy with the patients, this is going to be very, very crucial for the overall management of your patient care. It is also very important that you inculcate ethical values and have a very, very high professional behavior. This is very, very important. As a postgraduate, you need to have an analytical ability. You need to question everything which you are doing. And this is the key which will take you to the next level. You need to be passionate to find out new things. You need to look at how you can improvise a solution of whatever it could be. It could be a simple, finding the length of the root canal. Now, standard things could be an applicator or using traffic based on C. But and be really hungry and shooting off for avenues by which you can actually make a difference. And of course, you need to take care of yourself, your own health, your hygiene, and your well-being, especially when we are ravaged by this pandemic of COVID-19. So, learning, there are pillars of graduate program. The first pillar is knowledge. And this is where you learn about what your area of specialty is. That's theoretical or cognitive kind of thing. Then comes the skill. Skill here is your hands-on experience, where you learn how to do a physical treatment on your patient and take care of your patients. Both these two things, when you bring them together, actually give a fantastic kind of care to your patients, provided you have a humane approach. And that is the key thing. Attitude is the most important thing. You need to be passionate about your specialty. You need to really, really contribute to the growth of your specialty. And once you have this triology working together, knowledge, skill, and attitude, sky is the limit to what you can actually achieve in your own careers. Believe me, I did my post-graduation 32 years back. Probably a lot of you were not even born, or most of you probably were not even born at that point of time. A lot of things for us was only textbook knowledge. We had heard of something like cleft lip and palate. We were seeing cases of oral cancer, but didn't know how to manage them even as a postgraduate. Craniofacial surgeries, huge, complicated facial traumas was just textbook surgeries. We were just doing simple wiring and doing simple reductions in our OPDs And probably once a week, we were going into the OT to do some TMJ ankylosis. I'm just giving you my own training. But today, when I look back and see the kind of work which we are doing today, it's just the passion which took us to do cutting edge surgical work. And we are in par or probably better than even most of the developing or developed nations. If something happens today in MD Anderson Cancer Center in US or in Karolinska Institute in Sweden, we are doing that kind of cutting edge work, both in surgery and in research work. And all this is possible in one generation because our teachers gave us that foundation on which we were able to develop. And it was just that passion and attitude made a huge difference. If we could achieve 30 years back, and I'm telling you, you have so many things on your platter, you should actually take it to a very, very high level and make India proud that we can do anything which is being done anywhere across the world. So let's look at a very important slide here. This is Dr. Miller's assessment of clinical skill, competence, and performance. It's a pyramid. And if you look at that, the first or the bottom level is what is called as how you develop your knowledge, right? That is basically the learning skills, the way in which you start off. So what you know in your specialty is at the bottom. How it happens, that means that you're now starting to question what is happening. This is the next level. And then how do you do it? So you're showing how you can actually do that. It could be a simple removal of a wisdom tooth. So you need to know the theoretical aspect. I need to give local anesthesia. I need to numb that area, make it completely painless. But executing that in the proper way is where you do it. And then you perform it is how the pyramid comes in. So there is a structured way in which you look. And the bottom two is cognition. And the topmost bit where you perform a procedure is your attitude or behavior, which will make a big difference. That positive attitude, positive behavior, and your passion to learn is the way in which basically you will enhance your learning experience during your careers. So how do we get this knowledge or cognition, right? Let us look at the ways in which we actually learn as we go along during your postgraduate program. Unlike an undergraduate program, there is classroom teaching. In a postgraduate program, you will not have any classroom lectures or anything like that. This is where you need to have group-based learning. What does that mean? Group-based learning means most of the times you will be in each batch. Let's say when you're joining first year, in your own department, you will have probably 2 or 3, or in some big units, it could be even 6 or 8 postgraduates in the first year, and the same number will be in the second year and third year. So let's assume a department which is going to have probably about 12 to 18 postgraduates, right? So you are all learning as a group and you're learning from each other. This is where you're actually having your seminars, you present and you're criticized in a healthy way, and you're learning from each other's basically experience. That is group-based learning. The second method, equally important, is basically what is called as self-paced learning. That means that you have to basically search for information. Reading textbooks. In the first year, you need to really, the way in which I used to advise my postgraduates is the first 6 months, take every textbook which has been done, written in your own specialty. If you are, let's say, a community dentistry specialist, learn every book, finish it off. Just 1 or 2 quick readings will give you that kind of information. So it's very, very important you read textbooks in the initial stage. And then you move on into journals. Journals give you what is the cutting edge technology which is happening. And there are some very, very key articles which you need to really understand the whole concept of how learning is about. So clinical reviews is also very, very important. So that is self-based learning. In this era, you have computer assisted learning. And this is something which has revolutionized the way in which we are able to teach you. Today, you have a number of programs which are online. This program itself, we had never, a couple of years back, never thought that I would be sitting in my office and giving you a talk to 750 postgraduates sitting across the state or across the country. So technology is something which you need to embrace and move on with time. And especially in your postgraduate program, there's something called as structured on-job training. This is where you learn the skill, right? You might ask, why is that I need to come into an institute? Why not I do it at home? You have so much of information. But to learn that skill, right? How to take out that wisdom tooth? How do I hold the forceps? How do I hold the knife and make my, how do I reflect the flap? How do I do the suturing? Now, your mentors who are going to be there during your postgraduate program, they will basically guide you, right? And Rajiv Gandhi University was the first university to come up with a very, very structured kind of blueprint, which probably you will all receive or you should have already received for your specialty. And in that, if you really look at it, there are 3 columns. What you have observed, what you have assisted, and what you have independently performed, right? So you, in the initial stage, for the first few months, you're basically observing or assisting your seniors or your staff members to learn the skills. And then you perform under supervision. And then finally, you would be basically doing it on your own, and you would be demonstrating it to your junior colleagues when you come into your 2nd and 3rd year. So that structured on-the-job training is very, very crucial. And that is the difference between doing it on your own and doing it in a proper program like an MDS program. And these are the various things you would be doing during your postgraduate training program. You will be doing seminars, you will be doing journal clubs, you will be attending what are called as clinico-pathological case discussions, CPC or tumor board, what we call, where different branches will come in. You will have inputs from your pathologists, you have from radiologists, from you as a surgeon. So all these departments, or if you're doing an implant treatment, it would be the surgeon, periodontist, prosthodontist, all 3 of them, different specialties coming in, having these kind of group discussions, which makes a big, big difference in your postgraduate training. Now, this is where I again insist you must have a very, very proper attitude, an empathy towards your towards your patient, and a caring attitude is where you are basically going to develop your clinical skills. Absolutely important that you basically critically analyze various concepts and question every concept. If you're doing a cancer treatment, if you're resecting a cancer and then clearing the neck, you need to question, what is the rationale of actually doing a neck dissection? Only when you question that, people will start giving you answers and you will start looking in for answers. Everybody thought the earth is flat till somebody questioned and said, no, it is a sphere, a round body. So only when you start questioning even the basic concepts, it's good to shake up the concept and come up with your own answers. So much of information today available. So please have that critical analysis kind of mindset of asking why, what, how, why not? These are the questions you should be asking for every concept so that you progress and make this into an excellent kind of training program. You also need to be very, very passionate to learn clinical skills. And this is very, very important. It's like if you want to learn to drive a car, it's good to read about how to basically know where the clutch is, where the accelerator is, where the brake is, where the steering wheel is, and where the road is. But then it's important to sit in the car, feel the road, and then drive and learn. So this is very, very important. It's like swimming again. It's nice to say you need to learn breaststroke or dolphin stroke or freestyle, whatever it is. Only when you jump into the water, that is when you learn how to basically swim. And that's survival. So it's absolutely important that you have now jumped into your own area of specialty. And it is basically for you now to learn. Don't expect anybody to teach you. You need to be passionate. You need to search. And you need to find devices in which you basically learn how to basically do that area of expertise. So be passionate to deliver a high degree of patient care. This is very, very important. Taking a simple history is very, very important from the patient. A patient might come to you with a simple, oral prophylaxis, but if he has had a history of, let's say, an endocarditis in the past or a rheumatic fever in childhood, if you do a treatment for this patient without giving antibiotic cover, you might actually end up causing more harm to your patients. So that kind of passion for you to understand the medical concept in treating your patient, when you have a prefix of a doctor in front of your name, use that hat, always use logical sense, and basically look for what problems can come in. Very important to anticipate a problem beforehand itself. Be prepared if there is a complication, and then take it to the next level. So whatever skill it is practice, practice, practice. And it is important that you're supervised, you are basically corrected at the right stage so that you can improve to the next level. The other important thing which you need to know as a postgraduate now is to have good communication skill. Some of us are, and some of us are not that blessed to have good communication skills. It's absolutely no problems at all. I'm telling you, your professors, your mentors, your teachers are there to guide you. And that is where in the next 3 years, you need to become confident to speak to your patients. You need to really, really practice. Even if you are not a good speaker, you need to stand in front of a mirror in the initial days, learn to practice your seminars, right? If you're doing a presentation in a small group, by the time you finish your third year, believe me, first time you might be very nervous, and it is quite natural for all of us. We have all done that. And then you become extremely confident to boldly go and present it. Similarly, when a patient comes to you, you may not have the skills initially, but it is absolutely important that you're confident that yes, I can deliver, and then learn the communication skills that you can actually deliver very, very appropriate method by which you can actually pass on that kind of information to your patients. And that patient-doctor communication is absolutely fundamental in the way in which our medical skills will basically flourish in your own practice, right? It's a very, very holy and healthy patient-doctor relationship, which you need to learn at a very early stage. It is both verbal and non-verbal. What do you mean by non-verbal? The way in which you stand, the posture in which you present to your patients, that itself will give a lot of confidence to your patients. Speaking politely to your patients. You don't have to shout at a patient. Patient has come for your help. So even in colleges, in the departments, please have a very good, kind heart. Be empathetic to your very, very caring attitude. This will take you to the next level, right? So it's absolutely important that you basically follow certain etiquettes which will help you in having that patient-doctor relationship. When a patient walks into your practice, I'm just taking you through this, absolutely important to greet the patient. Good morning, sir. I'm so-and-so. Introduce yourself. I'm Dr. So-and-so. How can I help you, sir? That kind of warm feeling will break the ice. Rather than saying, oh, you have a tooth problem? Let me pull it out. You have a filling? I'm going to, fill it up. So it's very, very important that you care about your patient. A simple casual talk will get that bonding between you and your patient, and that will start that kind of confidence building between the patient and you. And then you can basically deliver high degree of patient care. Some of the patients are dental phobics. So it's very, very important for you to know that they are having a fear of needles, for example. So they don't like that. So it's absolutely important that you basically understand what their likes and dislikes are. Some patients are paranoid about the drill sound. So it is important that as soon as the patient comes, you don't give an injection. So understanding these kind of small things can take you a long way in your patient management. Now, a very important thing is when you come into our state, Karnataka, we have our own language too. Although it's a huge country with diverse kind of thing, it is important that you address and learn the local language. When I went to Chennai to do my post-graduation, I learned to speak Tamil because patients will develop that confidence. Yes, when you can speak in the native language, I can relate to this doctor, right? So simple things in, when you greet your patient also, give them respect. Neenu in Kannada means in a singular way. Neevu means a plural way. Tum or aap. It's like that. So respect your patient. Betioji, that's something which you need to speak. So give that kind of warmth and respect your patient. Otherwise, you could offend the patient. So please, my plea is when you spend 3 years, especially you're most welcome to come to a beautiful state of Karnataka. Our language is also very, very sweet, Kannada. And I really want Yellaru Kannadadalli Kalibeku anta namge aase ide. So it's absolutely important that you all learn our own language. Make an effort to learn that, and it'll take you a long way. Especially, when you go into another country, go to Germany, they're passionate about their language. When you go to France, they're passionate. So it's important that you also take your time to learn the local language, and that will help you in developing that basic bond between you and your patients and your colleagues too. Now, a very important other aspect is inculcate ethical values and professional behaviors. Doctors are respected. The moment you go into any social gathering or anything like that, in a non-doctor circle, it could be a wedding or something like that, people will recognize you as a doctor. This has come to us because we have been healers, and inherently we have helped another human being because of a profession itself. Please respect that. Please continue to do that. And today, a lot of erosion has happened in the way in which things are being practiced. Unfortunately, money comes to a lot of professionals in front of their profession. So it is very, very important that we inculcate very, very professional behavior. Doctors were respected as next to God itself. Vaidyo Narayana Hari. But unfortunately, because of corporatization, there has been a shift of that. But you as a youngster need to have those basic ethics. Don't go behind money. Money will come chasing behind you. Trust me, as long as you practice ethical practice, people will respect you more, and there's enough and more for you to earn. Please don't be greedy about it. As a postgraduate, as I told you earlier, have a passion for research. And this is the thing which will take you to the next level. Your own dissertation itself, the way in which you choose your dissertation. My next two speakers, Dr. Manjunath Puranik and Dr. Harikiran, are going to talk to you about dissertation. How do you choose that? What are the things? Because this is an important thing. Have a passion. Don't just pick up something just for the heck of it. This is something which you're going to work with your heart and soul, and it is something for you to showcase to your own colleagues and to your own profession and to yourself what my dissertation. Feel proud about the fact that you are going to do a great dissertation. So this is an opportunity for you to do research in that chosen area. So that is absolutely important. Of course, whenever you see some interesting cases, this is something you can basically make a difference by looking at it in a critical way and understanding that. Winston Churchill was the Prime Minister of UK during the World War II. UK was almost beaten up by Germany, but he stood rock solid, and he said, we need to change our attitude to win a war. And that's what he said, and I quote, the winds of change are blowing, and we lean into them with equal measures of anticipation and dread to capture the conflict emotions that arise when established institutions and methods are questioned. So whenever somebody says this is the only way in which we can do it, stop for a second, think and question that, because you could be a leader. You could make a difference into a profession by making a change. So whatever research thing which you would like to do, there are various ways in which during your PG time itself you can do. Library dissertation is something. So pick up some topic which is of interest to you and look at every article which has been published. Do a critical analysis with that, especially Cochrane reviews and, kind of reviews which are there in the literature. Look at these kind of things and it will give you a very, very critical appraisal of what that concept is. And that's where you can actually contribute to the research. Case studies. You might come across a series of some kind of complication which is happening. Start analyzing that, and that could be a research question which you will be having. As I told you earlier, your main dissertation and attending multidisciplinary clinics is something which, and conferences is not just a social event. Today it's absolutely important as a postgraduate that you go in and present a case there, but also listen to others, because newer ideas can be picked up over there, and that can really, really help you in taking up a beautiful research topic. So get exposed into the world of research. And this is an ample opportunity for you during your PG time itself to do research. And my plea is publish that. Have a plan, a game plan in which you decide, in the first year, I'm probably going to do a literature search. In the second year, I would do basically the complete dissertation. Third year, I'm going to publish that and finish that publication and get it to a professor to be sent out for a proper journal so that it becomes fruitification. And this is the learning cycle which we have in the postgraduate program. There are kind of programs where you're instructed. That's where you learn how to do this. And there are internal assessment which gives you an assessment. And if there is a problem in your way in which you're doing certain skills, that is where we train you and we repair it. And this will help you in basically your learning process. So understanding the concept, getting an assessment done by having your regular monthly or 3-monthly or 6-monthly assessment is very, very important. And that's where your program director will actually have a very structured program, and they will counsel you how you can improve, where you're going wrong, and that is where you can actually improve, and then you become a great postgraduate student. Also important, you take care of your own health. This is very, very important. Health and hygiene is absolutely important when you're doing your postgraduate program. I know it could be very stressful. Many of you would have left homes and you're staying in hostels or you're staying in PGs and you're basically working round the clock during your postgraduate program. Please take care of your health also. Keep 1 hour for yourself, for your own health. This is important. It could be jogging, it could be dancing, it could be walking, or it could be yoga. It could be any exercises, going into the gym. Absolutely important that you take care of your health, right? So spend at least 1 hour of your time for 24 hours for your own health. Groom yourself well. As a doctor, this is absolutely important that you basically are presentable. It's nice to have these kind of things, or tattoos or body piercings. I've seen a lot of people think that it is very cool to have this. Yes, there is no on that. Maybe on a Saturday night when you go out for a party, you can go out like that. But the same individual is covered like this, and you basically present yourself in a respectable manner. Even young girls, basically tie your hair, because this is important for your own safety. You're working on a lathe in the machine, your hair can get caught. And so it's absolutely important to take care of your safety during your training program so that you are safe during this process. So cutting your nails, combing your hair when you go into a clinic, and having proper dress sense is absolutely important when you basically present into your clinics. Now, the next thing which I would like to introduce to you is documentation. This is very, very important. Whatever you do, you need to have a way in which you basically document everything you do. You have logbooks, you have history kind of things which you need to have. So there is a method. So if you're seeing a patient also, there is a case history. Why is that we do a case history? Because there's a pattern in which we basically examine your patients. This is something which you need to do. So if when you have a case which comes into your practice, we all are familiar with this workflow. And this is something which you need to have this as a blueprint in your mind. The patient complains, you expand on that history, you do a thorough clinical examination, you come up with a provisional diagnosis, then you do an investigation, and then you confirm your diagnosis, and then you decide about your management. So all these things have to be in a logical way in which you basically do your clinical examination and come to a diagnosis. And this also needs to be documented because there is a medical legal issue also. So very, very important that you document. As a postgraduate, my plea is, and my advice is, please record everything. Take clinical photographs of every patient, because by the time you finish this 3 years, you would have probably seen almost every kind of case, which you would never have even thought when you started this program. So have a method by which you record. And today you have, so easy. You have phone cameras. But yes, if you want to publish it, you need to have a proper SLR camera. This is a digital camera, which is SLR, and that Dr. Ravi Hebballi is going to talk to you about. So it is very, very important. You can, if cost is a big factor amongst your batchmates, you invest on a camera, and that's what we've done in Chennai. So we used to share, 4 of us, the same camera. And the next, when we pass out, we used to pass it on to the next batches. So that's how we managed. Very important that you have the way in which you basically record everything, and this is documented. So why are clinical records important? It is proof that you have done so much of work. It is good to educate your patients. You have a pre-op and a post-op. You can explain to the patient, this is how you were, especially when it comes down to orthodontic treatment. Think about it. Pre-op, this is how it was. This is how the finished product is. If you have an orthognathic surgery, this is how pre-op appearance, class 3 mandible, and this is how it is now back to class 1 mandible. So that is the kind of way in which we basically have to look at. And it is important that you have, even for forensic sciences too, and medical legal problems. That is the reason why it is absolutely important that you document everything. Very, very important that when you give a prescription, a simple thing I would like, of course, you all know about it. It is important that every drug is written in capital words. This is absolutely, every alphabet there has to be legible, and it has to be in capitals. Your signature has to be there. Below that, you need to print your name. So you put your signature and write underneath Dr. Girish Rao. That's how you write, date it, and time it. This is also very, very important. These basic things are very, very important. Just to show you a case, the way in which, a very interesting case, I'm just digressing so that you see, a huge tumor. Very, very rare to get an aggressive tumor like this. This is the kind of documentation, you photographs. When you're doing a surgery, you need to take it. Intraoperative, take this kind of thing. Immediately after surgery, this is reconstruction, photographs of that. Contouring the fibula, this is a case of aggressive ossifying fibroma involving both sides of the jaw, and we are reconstructing after doing a bilateral maxillectomy, including the maxilla and the zygoma. We are reconstructing, and there in the leg itself we are putting in implants. This I did almost about 12 years back, right? So in the leg we are reconstructing, first stage of reconstruction. This is the post-op in the leg. That is the post-op seeing the way in which the maxilla and the zygoma have been completely reconstructed. Not only reconstruction, but we are also rehabilitating the patient with dental implants. From there, we have got him in the first stage like this. The entire tumor has been removed. Second stage, we are going in, putting in, the healing abutments, doing the prosthetic phase like this here, and then you do your prosthesis, and that is where we have come in from here to here. Very important that you have the entire sequence for yourself. This is documentation, and that is absolutely important, because at the end of the day, you have a complete record. So make it as a habit from day one. Any case you operate, whether it is big or small, you have proper history, which you have documented, taken a signature from the patient. This is very, very important. Informed consent is absolutely important to take. And then basically you are essentially, keeping a photographic record, radiographic record, and it makes a huge difference. And especially when it comes down to medical legal problems, this could be a big issue. So it's absolutely important that you basically take care of these things. And this could save your life too. Many times, it's not just during your postgraduate program, even afterwards, make it as a habit so that you don't end up unnecessarily with a problem, right? Now, interaction between faculty and students is also very, very important. Trust me, every program director, every professor, every teacher is there for you. You need to understand, you need to have faith in them. But there are times when there may be unpleasant kind of things, and that is where we are there to help you. You can go into your peers, or you can speak to your professor if there is some interpersonal problems. And this is very, very important. Seek out help if there is any problems too. And that's important. Now, interaction between different specialities also is very, very important. So student interaction, not only with your peers in your department, but also with other departments, with other faculty, will give you a collective information, and it will give you a multidisciplinary approach, especially in certain areas. It can make a huge difference in the way in which you do interaction. So be very, very enthusiastic to interact with your colleagues, and you learn from each other. So this is also a very, very important. Another important thing is there may be cases which need to be treated over a long period of time, especially, let's say, a child comes to you with cleft lip and palate. At a very young age, the lip is operated, maybe at the age of around 3 to 6 months of age. The palate is done between 1.5 to 2 years of age. Then you do the orthodontic expansion if necessary. You do the bone graft at 9 years of age. Then again, the pre-surgical orthodontics. Then the surgical department comes in and does the maxillary advancement. Then you may have to do a rhinoplasty and maybe a speech therapy. All these things take a long period of time. And it involves multiple departments, right? So it is important that we have a system in place in your own institutes, in your own departments, and you transfer these cases, because you are there only for a short period of time. It's only for 3 years you are going to be in the department. But the patient belongs to the department for life, right? Because the follow-up is very important. Similarly, when you're doing an implant, it will be assessed in the surgery, perio, prosthetic department, and there is a lot of interaction. Patient would have been operated, then they would have gone to the prosthetic department and got the prosthesis done, and then they need for maintenance in the perio department. There would be bone loss, or there could be a loss. So transfer of these cases and documentation can make a very smooth flow in the way in which you can basically do that. So please document things properly. Ultimately, from your postgraduate program, you would become a specialist, right? So it's a big thing. You can actually go in and start digging out more things, and you can become an academician, or you can have opportunities to do further research. It could be an oral pathologist who would go into genetic science. It could be an oral medicine person who could go in and develop a new method by which today you can make even a CBCT much more simpler. It could be a handheld CBCT device. Who knows? This is the future. Today you have scanners which have come in. We had never even imagined, even 10 years back, that we would replace an impression with scanners today. So digital flow, your generation is blessed with so many things. So it's absolutely important that you take it forward. We all make mistakes, and only wise learn from them. So don't be apprehensive to make a mistake and learn. But once you make a mistake, please think about why it went wrong and learn from that. And that is how we learn. So thank you. And the future is bright for you guys. Let me tell you and assure you, if we have done it a generation back, you guys have a huge opportunity with the technology leap which has happened today. Passionate, and I'm sure that you will take it to the next level. I would just wind up with 3 more slides. And I always say this, learning is a continuous process, and please continue to learn, not just at the postgraduate level, even after you do your post-graduation, there is so much more to learn. Even when you're 30 years after your post-graduation, I learn every day from my teachers, from my students too, because they also contribute, and I would like to pass on that information, and you also should teach the next generation. That's how we become better. And this is something which I always feel is very, very important for you. Put your head, so think, have a beautiful heart, and learn your skills in your hands. So this triology of having your heart, head, and hands can really, really come together. And you can always succeed if you have that humane, ethical approach, which will make a big difference. Please do not go behind money. A lot of people get sucked into these kind of, sad stories. But I'll tell you, if you are ethical in your practice and if you are humane to your patients will give you 100 times more than what you actually deserve. So give it back to the society. And I always quote what Mother Teresa said, hands that help is holier than lips that pray. So please help your patients during your postgraduate program. There could be a patient with a small white lesion, which could become a cancer. So counseling them, please stop your smoking or gutka chewing. Spending that kind of time with that patient can make a huge difference in terms of basically the way in which you train your patients. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. It was very informative, encouraging, and inspiring talk from Girish Rao, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Do we have any questions from postgraduates? So we just have one question. Can I ask you, sir?
Sure, Kiran, please.
So there's one message which I've received. So what is the future of dentistry in your view, sir?
It's $1 million question.
A million.
It's really $1 million, I would say.
True, sir.
Well,
because I personally feel you are like an inspiration for us, sir. Because Megha, you give her a free hand to choose the dentistry. When you allow your daughter to choose dentistry, and she's doing really well, I have no doubt whatever you tell, it will be the truth only, sir.
Sure. I mean, honestly, dentistry is probably one of the most satisfying specialty which you would ever come across in your profession, right? You have a balance, a work-life balance probably is best in dentistry. You get the prefix of a doctor. You don't get the night on call. Being a surgeon, I go many times all through the night we have been working. But as a dentist, you are able to treat patients at the same time have a very, very good personal life. True. And it is very, very rewarding. I mean, I tell you, every aspect of dentistry can really do extremely well because you can make a huge difference to your patient. The greatest joy to me is when a patient comes with severe pain. They've been awake all night. It could be a doctor, it could be the CEO of a company, it could be a nurse or whoever it is. They have not been able to sleep. 2 days, they've not been able to eat at all. And you, with a magic injection, when you give your first block, I've seen the kind of happiness in the patient when they say, "Doc, you relieved me of my pain. You relieved me of my suffering." That is the biggest joy which you can give to your fellow human beings. That empowers you, that you can contribute to the well-being of another human being is probably the biggest joy which you should get. Forget finances or anything like that. I mean, Dentistry is a very, very rewarding profession. It has given us such great life, I would say. And I'm so thankful to the profession of dentistry. I got into medicine too. Believe me, I was first in the merit seat in a private college. I would have got into KIMS, but I chose dentistry and I went to government dental college. And I've never looked back after that, because this profession has given me great satisfaction. It is a struggle. Any profession is, but if you are passionate about it, the joy which you can get with dentistry. And I see some of the times our patients, when they come to us with so much of depression because their smile is not good or they're not able to chew properly, and if you can transform them with dentistry, that is the greatest joy. The transformation which you can do with cancer treatment, a patient comes to you suffering with pain or with jaw being destroyed, and you're able to reconstruct that patient, that is the greatest joy. So dentistry is a great profession. So feel blessed that you're in this great profession, and be passionate. You will all be very, very successful. And if somebody says, oh, there is nothing in dentistry, take a walk. Just tell them, please, there is so much more. Come and speak to me. I will inspire you to take this profession to the greatest level. So it's a great, great specialty. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was quite, it's the whole mindset of the student changes when they hear from legends like you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
So we now have Dr. Manjunath Puranik, also known as a disciplined gentleman in Government Dental College, Bangalore. I'm really fortunate to read Puranik sir's resume. Manjunath Puranik sir completed his BDS from Government Dental College, Bangalore, and he did his MDS also from Government Dental College, Bangalore. Then he was a first PhD holder from Government Dental College, Bangalore again, UG, PG, PhD examiner and paper setter, participated in the National Oral Health Survey and fluoride mapping in state of Karnataka during August to October 2002, participated in Bangalore Oral Health Survey and fluoride mapping in 2011, contributed to the report and National Oral Health Survey and fluoride mapping in 2002, Karnataka State, contributor to the report of Bangalore Oral Health Survey and fluoride mapping in 2002, again in Karnataka, contributed to the textbook of public health dentistry written by our own Dr. S.S. Hiramat sir. He was a member of UG Board of Studies, member of PG Board of Studies, member of Committee of Oral Health Policy in Karnataka in 2014. He was also a member of Syllabus Committee, Public Health Dentistry in 2020, moderator of DCI webinars, Public Health Dentistry, Executive Committee member, Indian Association of Public Health Dentistry, Editor General of Indian Association of Public Health Dentistry, Vice President, Indian Association of Public Health Dentistry. He was editor, alma mater, newsletter of GDCRI Bangalore from 2012 to 2017, in which Sir changed the outlook of GDC alma mater's newsletter. He was a life member of Indian Dental Association. He's a life member of Indian Association of Public Health Dentistry, organized CD workshop, conferences, presented papers in national conferences, published 92 research papers in national and international journals. He is a core member of WHO GI Government of India project on oral health promotion through integration of oral health in general health. He is a core member of WHO GOI project of developing oral health care model in Bangalore district, Karnataka. He is a peer reviewer in national and international journal, guest speaker, and DCI inspector. We are very fortunate to have you here, sir, today. I hand over the stage to you, sir. Thank you. Sir, is it audible? Puranik, sir?
Internet transfer. Yeah, Kiran,
Yes,
there's an issue with the screen sharing. Just can you just engage the?
sure, sure.
Yeah.
The slight issue with the screens sharing. Get back to you. Yeah.
It's come. It's come.
Is it possible for sir to be seen in the?
Yeah, he's seen it. Yes, he's seen.
No.
Just enable the camera. Dr. Namita, enable his camera and then go to slideshow mode. His PPT is visible.
Yes.
Just enable his camera first, then go to slideshow mode.
Camera is enabled, but he is not able to do so. Okay.
Please ask him to go on the slideshow mode. On the bottom right-hand corner, slideshow mode. Click the slideshow button. It'll become full screen.
Okay. Yes.
Dr. Manjunath, on the bottom right side, there is a
Yeah, we are there.
You're
We are
fine.
live.
You're fine. Yeah.
Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, all the participants. I take a great pleasure in inviting all of you for an eventous program of Prologue 2020. This talk comes from Government Dental College and Research Institute, Bangalore. I am very much honored to be associated with this institute from my BDS days, later MDS, PhD, as well as I am a faculty in Department of Public Health Dentistry currently. As a matter of fact, dentistry in Karnataka started in this very place. Public health dentistry as well as oral medicine. These are the two specialties which began in this particular institute. I am greatly indebted to this my own alma mater. Secondly, I am affiliated to the prestigious Health Science University in India, that is Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. This particular university started in the year 1996. The same year, I joined my post-graduation. It's celebrating its silver jubilee. I'd like to add one more information here. Our university has started an alumni network. With this, I make an appeal to all the alumni as well as the faculty of this university to join this alumni network. It's going to be a great beginning for all of us. It starts with a dream. So all of you with a lot of aspirations have joined MDS course. Add faith to it, add action, add perseverance, add patience and time. In the end, your dream is going to become true. Believe me, hearty congratulations to one and all. Topic of my presentation is dissertation, topic selection and study designs. This will be presented under the following contents. We have about 70-75 slides. The concentration will be on dissertation topic selection, study designs, and briefly on personal development. As per our university ordinance, every candidate pursuing MDS degree course is required to carry out on a selected research project under the guidance of a recognized postgraduate teacher. The result of such work shall be submitted in the form of a dissertation. It is a final stage of master degree. At the same time, it is just one part of your overall degree fulfillment. The keyword what you should note is that you are going to take part in a research activity under a recognized postgraduate teacher and you are going to submit it to the university, which would be later sent for external evaluation. This is just a partial fulfillment of your degree. What is a dissertation? It is a form of assessment that differs from other model assessments. In this, it seeks answers, explanations, makes comparisons, and arrives at generalizations which can be used to extend a theory. It explains what can be done. Also, it addresses the underlying why. Now, what are the expectations we have from you? So, through dissertations, we expect the learner to take the responsibility for his own learning. He should be able to produce a literature review, choose a method for undertaking a study, write up the findings, and discuss the outcomes. Kindly note, this is an opportunity also. This will help us to show that one has gained the necessary skills and knowledge in order to organize and conduct a research project. MDS is an opportunity for you to get yourself trained to be a researcher. Then later, you can conduct your own research at your own capacity. Now coming to the aims and objectives with respect to the dissertations. To start with, to train a postgraduate student in research methods and techniques. Secondly, to prepare a student to be a professional in a discipline. Should note that professional is not just provision of services to the people at large. At the same time, you should have that ability to conduct a research. Through this, the student learns and demonstrates his ability to conduct independent, original, and scientific research. What is this original or a scientific research? Original means the one that contributes or offers a novel or a new perspective. Whenever we refer to an original contribution, it means something that has not been done, found, proved, or seen before. Something which is reported for the first time. While a significant contribution is something that is useful and will have an impact and is therefore publishable in topmost journals. The expectation is that you carry out something which is significant. We are in the era of publish or perish. So a lot of emphasis has been given by our apex bodies, the universities, also to go for publication, or without publication, one may perish to be in the field. This was our old adage. Currently, we believe in publish and prosper. Let us not publish for the sake of publishing the articles or to gain some points. Let us publish so that there is a contribution from us to the field. Now coming to the dissertation topic selection. So how to select a topic? The first phase in a dissertation is to decide on a topic. What should be our topic? And this topic would be related to the career aspirations. You would have joined MDS course or rather BDS also with some aspirations in mind. Maybe these aspirations are put into your mind by your own self or your parents or maybe the peer group. So you have an opportunity to conduct a research in a topic of your own interest. So what are the things you need to keep in mind? The choice of dissertation topic usually comes with your interest in and a value of a particular subject, which are usually interrelated. Kindly consider a topic which you have an interest in. The reason is you will be with this topic not just during your dissertation time. If the topic is good, that you can make your life out of it also. And let there be a value for a topic as well as a subject. The interest and value will eventually be developed into a series of questions, which will be keen to find out answers. A research, as you are aware, starts with a question, and through your research methods, and you are going to find out an answer. This means you need to have a great deal of reading and a clear thinking to identify the problem and the area of your interest. You might be already into a certain topic with interest on, otherwise, you can start working towards your topic. So what are the different types of thinking that is essential? Mainly there are two: critical thinking as well as creative thinking. Critical thinking is something like a process of figuring out what to believe or not about a situation, phenomena, problem, or a controversy for which there is no single definitive answer or a solution. While creative thinking is the ability to look at the things differently or find out new ways of solving problems. As a postgraduate student or as a professional, you need to possess both the skills. So, what are the skills that is required from the point of critical thinking? First and foremost, you need to understand the links between the ideas. Next, determine the importance and relevance of arguments and ideas. Recognize, build, and appraise arguments. Identify inconsistencies and errors in the reasoning. Approach problems in a consistent and a systematic way. Reflect on the justification of their own assumptions, beliefs, and values. So, the critical thinking skills includes ideas, arguments, reasoning, where you are going to approach a problem in a very consistent and systematic way. And once you have done it, you are going to reflect on the justification of your own assumptions, beliefs, and values. These are some of the skills you have to develop to be a critical thinker. While when we use the word creative thinking, it means you have to think outside the box. It is ability to consider something in a new way. This involves a lateral thinking, which only means the ability to perceive patterns which are not obvious, which are not seen. You have to think differently. It might be a new approach to the problem, a resolution to a conflict, or a new result from a data set. This includes analysis, open-mindedness, problem solving, organization, and communication skills. So these are some of the skills you need to develop to be a creative thinker. So when you have a critical thinker, you are going to analyze the things in parts and trying to find a solution. While as a creative thinker, you are going to think outside the box, provide a new solution, which probably was not obvious at the time of thinking. Next, about the source, from where we can get topics. So first and foremost, we have to look for the publications of approved type of topics in your department library or maybe in a college library. You can consult the department catalogs, inquire about the thesis, dissertations, or articles in academic journals, maybe reports or books. You can also look for dissertations in your field for the past 5 years. At this juncture, I'd like to direct you to our university website, where you have a digital library, and there's every provision to look into the dissertations of each specialty, which have been uploaded for the benefit of students. Once you have some information which you have collected from your library or maybe from a catalog and so on, it's ideal that you review this information in print or maybe in online sources. Appropriately go for a web searching. Next, important is you have to talk about the problems and the possible topics with your staff members who are experts in the field. Please make it a point to discuss about various topics among the faculty members. You can also discuss with senior students. Just ask them how they found these topics, and while getting their topics approved, It's possible they would have collected so many topics, and you could also collect some of the topics from them and also go in depth. You can also you can have a discussion with authors for more ideas, attend clinical meetings, CD programs. Also look for any research agency which is working in your area, which is related to the topic of your interest. Now, how the topic should be. The criteria for deciding a research topic. The dissertation topic should be realistic. It means you should be able to complete this particular topic within the time frame. You have about 3 years course, but dissertation probably will have about 2 years. Topic should be specific and narrow. The topic should show your individuality, and there should be a chance to access the information. Similarly, take a topic where you are able to do with your own abilities, with your own interest, and you can think of a funnel approach. So you have a picture where I have just represented a funnel. So you start with a topic which is broad with the open-ended questions to obtain maximum information. As you go on, you clarify the questions to funnel down to the missing information. You are able to fill the gaps. Then, with the help of close-ended questions, arrive at a specific research topic. Now, as students, what are the requirements you need to fulfill? This has been divided into 5 areas. So, personal requirements related to the topic, related to the methods, related to analysis, and as well as writing or editing. The personal requirements. These are some of the questions you have to ask yourselves. Are you fully committed to the dissertation endeavor? Kindly note, dissertation is not just another assignment or a report. It requires a lot of compliance, lot of commitment from your side. Second, do you have sufficient resources that you need? So when I utter the word resource, it means time. Similarly, the money, the material, and expertise to conduct the research. Third, do you have the personal circumstances which are congruent with the demands of postgraduate studies? You're not, or you're no more a teenager who used to be once upon a time when you joined your BDS. Now you're adults, probably you have families. There are other issues to take care. Within the time frame, you need to do your post-graduation and also conduct a research. So as a researcher, these are the 3 things you need to check: the interest in doing a research work or a dissertation, the background. Third is the technical competence. And about the topic area, it is not just you select some fancy area to conduct a research. Are you familiar with the appropriate background material and the decisive pieces in your area of interest? Second, have you found out the works of major authors in the field of interest? Third, is there a gap in knowledge that the work of this topic would help to fulfill? It only means that we are not here to reinvent the wheel. You are expected to go for a review of literature, find out the lacunae or the gaps in the earlier literature, and make all attempts to fulfill or close the gap with your research work. Most important, please find out, is there a current interest in this topic in your field? Only your faculty members will be able to tell whether the topic is contemporary or whether it can have more scope in future. Next, is it possible to focus on a small segment of the topic to make it manageable? Kindly do not take the topics which are very broad. You would understand this statement as and when you collect the data or write the results. So take a topic which is narrow and focused. Next, is the literature available relevant to the topic which is accessible by computer or search strategies? Kindly note, you are not going for some exploratory research or an original research. You need to have sufficient review of literature to conduct a research. Based on the review literature, you find out the gaps. Similarly, you develop your own methods and strategies based on the earlier literature, or we call it as key articles. So the question here is, do you have sufficient relevant literature or not? Next, would financial assistance be required or is it available? As a matter of fact, to conduct dissertations, you may not get any aid or support from the university, which you may have to take from elsewhere. So it is realistic that you find out what is the financial requirement for conducting a particular research, and from where you're going to get it, whether it is feasible for you to conduct a research with a particular amount of time or money. Have you started to build a personal library of relevant literature? This is something which you should be doing immediately. Then about the methods. So it is not just enough. You have selected a topic. The topic demands appropriate methods or the materials. Are you familiar with the common research designs? Are you familiar with the research questions or making an hypothesis? Do you know the different type of sampling techniques? Or what about the different issues related to measurement and instrument development? The question here is, are you familiar with the methods? In addition to this, what are other research skills you need to learn to complete your dissertation research? Next, about the data analysis. So once you have selected a topic, then the methods are going to demand the data analysis in a specific way. So the question here is, are you familiar with the statistical techniques in a given area? Similarly, there are many assumptions with respect to the procedure of interest as well as statistical techniques. Are you clear about these assumptions? Next question is, are you familiar with the different type of analytical methods for qualitative analysis or quantitative analysis? To take an example of SPSS, which is used in statistical analysis. Similarly, once you connect to the research, are you in a position to go for interpretation of the data and make it meaningful? At this juncture, I would suggest that you need to know how much of these topics you need to learn to complete your dissertation. We are not expecting you to become statisticians, but definitely you need to know the statistics which is related to your research. And similarly, whenever there is an interpretation which is done by your statistician, you need to know the meaning and adapt it according to the field of interest. Then comes writing or editing. How good a writer are you? What feedback you have received about your writing from your faculty members? Similarly, what type of writing style is expected in your school? Are you going for APA, Chicago style, or a Vancouver style? Similarly, are you comfortable analyzing, synthesizing quantitative findings, which is both in literature as well as your own research? Writing is very, very important. So once we have discussed about the topics, various aspects related to the topic selection, now some tips which may be useful for you. Talk to a member of an academic staff at an early stage about your ideas. It's better that you discuss with your guide or maybe the staff members in your department about various ideas you have got from various sources, maybe individuals or faculty members or senior students, and ask them about the feasibility. You can talk to other students directly, or if there's an opportunity in any of the discussion forums, CDE programs, or conferences, you have to become familiar with the search sources. You have been told in depth about the data mining yesterday. So you need to understand how well you can search for the literature, and also what about the support which is required. You have to draw from your own experience. Avoid too broad a topic. Next, you have to scan the academic journals, the books. Always go from the latest to oldest. It only means that you start with the journals or the books which are available from 2020, and then you can go backwards till you think you have exhausted the literature in a given area of interest. Do lots of reading. It's ideal that you read a lot and keep the records of all your reading at a preliminary stage, which will be useful definitely when you complete your dissertation. No doubt, it also will be useful to you in your life. Start writing at the beginning of your project. Be organized. You can keep some notes. Always aim for excellence in a dissertation. Please note, the most successful dissertations are those which are specific and narrowly focused. These are some of the areas you need to focus. To start with, the research methodology. There are books available, there are courses available. It's ideal that you attend courses related to research methodology. So research methodology is something which cannot be taught in 1 hour. You need to attend some courses to understand the nuances of research, starting from the research question, till you write the research, that is the reporting. So you need to understand what is research methodology. Second issue is about ethics and ethical committees. Ethics is something which is very important. So we are going to look into the ethical aspect of your research also. So whenever you come up with an idea, make a synopsis, which will be told you in the next lecture. You are going to present this synopsis before an ethical committee. So what are the ethical aspects of the research? And what are the principles? How good you have incorporated ethical aspects in your research? So you need to understand about ethics. Third would be about the biostatistics. So you need to have some understanding about biostatistics. Minimum things I would suggest would be the understanding statistics in terms of presentation of data. Then you need to have about descriptive statistics, the measures of center tendency or the measures of dispersion, importance of normal curve, and importance of some of the statistical tests which are used in your own specialty. Because if you are aware of these things, definitely you will be in a position to apply and later defend these things in your examinations. Next, you have to concentrate on training and calibrations. As MDS students, you may or may not be trained to conduct a research. This is where you need to be trained and calibrated by your faculty members. And once you are confident of conducting a research, they would allow you to collect the data. So training and calibration becomes very important. Concentrate on medical writing, how to write. It is said that a good research will fail because it has not been written or published properly. So you have to concentrate on medical writing. And also you need to know about internet resources. In addition to the books, journals or theses, whatever that is available in your library, you need to know what are the resources which are available in the internet so that you can search, download, make your own library which would be useful for you at a later stage. So that was about the dissertation topic selection. Now let us concentrate on the study designs. Research is an art of scientific investigation, a careful investigation of inquiry, especially through a search of new facts in any branch of knowledge. Research in oral health may be performed through various designs. Now, what are the qualities of a good research? When do you say the research is good? First and foremost, the research has to be systematic. Systematic means it has to be structured. You have to follow the steps in research. And once you follow specific steps, definitely we are going to arrive at a finding which is going to be verified by the scientific community and accepted if it is going to have a significant impact. Second, the research has to be logical. You have to inbuild the logical aspect into your research. So there should be reasoning and the process of induction as well as deduction type of reasoning in a given research. Third, the research has to be empirical. It is related basically to one or more aspects of the real situation and deals with concrete data, not abstract data, that provides a basis for extended validity to research results. So you are going to collect the information in a real life situation, either through observation or through experimentation, which can later be verified by the scientific community. Next important quality should be replicable. The methods what you write should be in such a way that it can be verified, and thereby one can be will be able to build a solid basis for making decisions. So the research has to be systematic, logical, empirical, as well as replicable. There are different types of research. It could be descriptive or analytical, fundamental or applied, quantitative or qualitative, conceptual or empirical. Some of the terms you have learned in public health dentistry as a part of epidemiology or research. Let me take a while to describe briefly about these types. Descriptive research involves surveys, collection of facts, or finding inquiries into different kinds. The major purpose of descriptive research is description of the state of affairs as it exists at present. While analytical research is much more. You are trying to find out relationship between the variables. The researcher has to use the facts or information which is already available and analyze these to make a critical evaluation of the material which is available. Next is about fundamental research or applied research. So fundamental research or a basic research is mainly concerned with generalization and formulation of a theory, while applied research aims at finding a solution for an immediate problem facing the society or maybe in industries or a business organization. Next about quantitative or qualitative. Quantitative means you are measuring in numbers or it is measurement on the quantity or amount. It's applicable to the phenomena that can be expressed in terms of quantity. While qualitative research is concerned with the phenomena relating or involvement, quality or a kind. Let's say you are interested to assess a behavior or motivation, feelings, myths, beliefs, and much more. In such case, it cannot be measured in numbers. Probably you go for a qualitative research. Then you have conceptual or empirical research. Conceptual research is something which is abstract in nature, which has ideas or theory. This type of research is hardly done by the medical fraternity. It is generally used by the philosophers or thinkers to develop some new concepts or go for reinterpretation of the existing ones. While most of the research we are concerned are empirical in nature, this relies on experience, observation, without which regard to the systems or theory. This is a data-based research. Comes with conclusions which are capable of being verified by observation or experimentation. These are some of the approaches. Broadly, it can be classified as quantitative or qualitative. We briefly discussed the difference between qualitative and quantitative. Again, in quantitative, there are three more subgroups. It can be inferential research, experimental research, or simulation research. Inferential research only means that we collect a sample from a given population. The research is conducted on a sample, and the results of which is generalized to the population from which this sample is drawn. So here we are making an inference at a population level from the results which are collected on a sample. Well, the next two are related to the experiments, where experimental research could be done in a real life situation on humans or maybe animals, where the manipulator or the investigator manipulates the independent variable and looks for the change in the dependent variable over a period of time. There are situations where experiments cannot be conducted. In such case, the same methodology will be conducted in a simulated environment. That's called as a simulation research. Other classifications are also available literature. Just for your academic interest, I put this information. Research strategy could be qualitative or quantitative, as we just saw. In quantitative, you may have objective measurements, while in qualitative, it could be related to attitudes or exploring some new information. Similarly, you can conduct some field works. To take an example, surveys or secondary data collection, maybe in terms of statistical formats. Let me make very clear. As a part of your dissertation, you are going for quality research or maybe quantity research also or field work, but not a secondary data collection. There are other types of research. This is what you would have gone through your journal clubs or the article surveys. Based on the time, it can be classified as cross-sectional research or longitudinal research. It only means in cross-sectional, the data is collected at one time, while in longitudinal research, it is collected over a period of time in the same individuals. The research could be conducted in the field, it could be done in the laboratory, or maybe simulation. This is based on the settings. Similarly, your research could be clinical or diagnostic. Your research could be exploratory. It only means that you are taking a new area, there is no information, and with your expertise, you try to come out with a new hypothesis which could be tested. Similarly, the research could be called as historical or a retrospective type, where it is based on the available records, or the research could be conclusion oriented or decision oriented. Whenever there is a problem or whenever there is an applied research, we try to answer or provide a solution for this, which is a decision oriented. Otherwise, the regular research or the basic research, what we do is conclusion oriented. These are some of the type of research methodologies you may find. There are case studies, analytical studies, comparative studies, or it could be correlation, historical studies, meta-analysis, methodological studies, and much more. So there is no dearth for research methods. But only thing is which type of research is apt to be conducted at the postgraduate level. So whenever there is a dilemma or a conflict, these are some of the points which you keep in mind. The one which is more practical, the one which is more efficient, the one which is most promising, or the one which is readily available to solve the research problem is something which you have to choose. But again, I should make a point that rarely we have a method which is going to be satisfying all the 4 points, that is practical, efficient, or compromising. You need to select a topic based on the guidance which is available in your department so that most of the requirements are met. This is how a simplified model of a research design looks like. So based on the theory, literature review, or a topic or area of interest, you arrive at a research question or a problem. The question here is, are you going for a qualitative study or a quantitative study? Are you going to do this research in specific circumstances, or are you going to collect the data with certain questions or proformas? So that's how you have qualitative or quantitative. Quantitative studies, if at all you are going for a trial, you can think of random assignments, that is experimental designs, or if you're going for a non-random assessments, in that case it can be quasi-experimental or non-experimental studies. While qualitative studies are based on developing certain theories. Now coming to some of the steps in research process. I'm not going in detail about these steps, but let me take a while to enumerate. So once you have selected the topic, these are some of the steps. So first and foremost step would be the formulating the research problem. The question what you heard either in the literature or from your seniors, you are going to convert into a research problem. Based on that, develop, go for an extensive research survey, develop a hypothesis. Once the hypothesis is developed, you are going to prepare a research design. Then based on the research design, you are going to have a sample design. Then you are going for a collection of the data, execution of the project, analyze the data. Next, you are going for a testing of the hypothesis. Once that is over, you are going for a generalization and interpretation. Last step would be the preparation of the report or thesis. So there are 11 steps you need to take when you complete a research process. Now, what is this design all about? You should understand the design is abstract in nature. It is a skeletal framework or organizational model for conducting a research. Just like a civil engineer has a map or a blueprint, or when you want to go elsewhere, you have a road map or a Google Maps. Similarly, we need to have a design using which we conduct a research. So what does this research lay about? This lays foundation for observations, measurements, comparisons which are required for exploring new problems, answering research questions, as well as testing the hypothesis. How the design should be, or when we call the design is good. So any design can be considered as a good if it provides a relevant evidence with minimum resource. It should be flexible enough to provide different aspects of the problem. It should be maximizing the objectivity and minimizing the bias. It should be able to control the errors and variables which are extraneous to the purpose of the study. It should be able to guide the selection of statistical methods. It should provide meaningful interpretations of the results and its explanations. And lastly, the design could be experimental or non-experimental. So whenever you are choosing a design, kindly give value for different aspects such as evidence, the resource, the flexibility, objectivity, bias, errors, methods, as well as careful interpretations. Now coming to the hierarchy of scientific evidence. So you can see this pyramid. As you go high in the pyramid, the evidence becomes stronger. So meta-analysis or systematic reviews have the maximum evidence, while case reports have the weakest evidence. But from the point of dissertation, it is suggested that you take studies which are cross-sectional studies or higher up to randomized control trials. So you're going to conduct a research. It's a primary research. Two terms I want you to understand at this juncture. Once the research is completed, there are questions about the generalization. Similarly, about its application in a real life situation. This is usually explained in terms of internal and external validity. So, internal validity is the basic minimum without which any experiment is uninterruptible. It only means that did in fact the experimental treatment make a difference in a specific experimental instance, while external validity asks a question about generalizability. To what population, to what settings, to what treatment variables are we able to generalize the effect of this research to this population? Now let me tell you some of the designs for laboratory, clinical or epidemiological studies. There are about 7 to 8 designs which I am going to discuss briefly with you. We have one group pre-test post-test designs, then you have non-randomized control group pre-test post-test designs, then one group and two group time series designs, then you have randomized subjects pre-test and post-test, then you have randomized subjects post-test, randomized match subjects post-test, then Solomon 3, Solomon 4, lastly the factorial designs. I'm just going to explain very briefly about different designs. Books on research methodology will give you in detail, but I'll take this opportunity to give you some know-how or a bird's eye view about these research designs. Before we go through the designs per se, I wish you know the meaning of these alphabets and numbers which we are going to use. So in the slides to follow, I'm going to use these abbreviations. X stands for independent variable and Y stands for dependent variable. If I take an example of sugar and dental caries, sugar depends on dental caries depends on sugar. So sugar will be a independent variable while caries becomes a dependent variable. Then we have Y1, it's a dependent variable before the manipulation of independent variable. Then we have Y2, it's a dependent variable after the manipulation of independent variable. Then after that, there are some alphabets. I have used S for subjects, E for experiments, C for control, R for random assignments, and MR stands for matched or random assignments. Just to recapitulate whatever I discussed. So in the slides to follow, you are going to visualize dependent variables, independent variables, similarly experiment groups, control groups with or without random or match assignments. Now let us go into some of the designs. First and foremost is one group pre-test post-test design. Kindly note, in this there is no control group at all. So we are conducting a study in one group. The sample is selected from a given population. Then the pre-test is applied to find out the presence of the variable, dependent variable, that is Y1. Then we are going to introduce the experimental variable or independent variable which is called as X. Then we are going to find out the result of this independent variable on a dependent variable, that is the post test called as Y2. Kindly note again, this has flaws because there is no control group. So there can be a change between pre-test and a post-test, but we do not know it is because of independent variable only, because there is no control group. The improvement of this particular design is the next one, where we have a control group. We call it as non-randomized control group, pre-test and post-test. So there are two groups. One is called as experimental group, other is called a control group. In both the groups, we are going to apply the pre-test on the variable to find out there is a dependent variable or not, that is y1. Then we are going to introduce the independent variable, that is called as x. Then we are going to measure the effect of independent variable on dependent variable using a post test. The result we call it as y2. No doubt it's a good design. There's a control, but there is no randomization. Then we have one group time series and two group time series. So this is something which is applicable whenever you are going for repeated measures. Let us say you have a drug which is going to be assessed at different intervals. In such case, you can go for one group or two groups. Two groups are always ideal, just like as we saw in the earlier one. One group is something there is no control. So there can be a change from y1 to y4 or y2 to y5 or y4 to y6. But since there is no control group, it would be very difficult to say whether this change has occurred because of an independent variable. So the improvement of this design is two groups. So we have two groups, experiment as well as control group. It is time series. You can observe here the pre-test is administered 3 times. So to find out the effect on the dependent variable, then post-test is also applied. However, the best would be randomization. So randomization, in fact, is considered as a heart of the randomized control trial because it is going to see that the variables which may have an effect on the outcome are evenly distributed among experiment as well as a control group. So you find a design where there are two groups. It is based on the randomization. Some would go for experiment group while others would go for control group. Then we are going to have a pre-test. This is going to determine the presence of the dependent variable. Then the test is administered or experiment is administered. We call it as experiment variable or independent variable. Then we are going to measure the dependent variable, the change. We call it as y2. So this is another design where you go for randomized subjects with a post test only. Kindly note, in this there is no pre-test. So you have an independent variable. We have two groups, but there is no pre-test. It only means that we are not making any measurements before we introduce an independent variable. However, after the introduction, we are going to check the effect on experimental variable in terms after applying the post-test. So this is something which is used to effect or to eliminate the effect of pre-test. Sometimes it so happens the result may be because of a pre-test and not because of the independent variable. So to find out this, we have to eliminate the effect of pre-test. Another improvement in the research design is to have the randomized match subject. Kindly note, matching is done when you know the variables which are going to influence the outcome, while randomization is done for the variables for which or about which we are unaware. So some of the researchers prefer matching of the subjects as the first step, then they go for a randomization. So this takes care of both the problems of matching as well as randomization. In this, you can find again there is no pre-test. However, the subjects are matched. There are two groups. Independent variable is administered. Then you are going to assess the impact of independent variable using the post-test. Then you have Solomon 3 groups or Solomon 4 groups. So this is something which is done to control the effect of pre-testing or interaction effects of pre-testing and the independent variable. The design is very simple. You can find that there are 3 groups. What is different from earlier explanation is that there is an additional control group, that is C2. Second, we are administering pre-test only for the first and second group and not for the third one. So third group doesn't receive any pre-test. And when you look at the independent variable or experiment variable, it is administered only for first and third group and not for the second group, while the post test is done for all the three groups. So by doing so, we are trying to control the effect of pre-testing or interaction which may have the impact on the outcome. That is for the Solomon 3-group design. Similar is the Solomon 4-group design, where you can find 3 control groups, 1 experimental group, C1, C2, C3. So it is similar to the previous one only. The difference is with respect to the groups which is receiving pre-test or independent variable. So here you find the first 2 groups are receiving pre-test. Next groups, there is no pre-test at all. Directly they have a outcome. While with respect to independent variable, you find the first and third group are receiving the experimental variable, while post-test is done for all. So if at all you want to find out the effect of an experiment, in such case, difference between Y1 and Y2 will definitely give that result. But if is it because of X or not, in that case, so we have a control group 1 to tell us is it because of X or not. Similarly, we have a second control group which will tell us whether it is because of pre-test or not. Again, we have the fourth group which will tell whether it is because of the pre-test or independent variable we are getting a results. So it only means that you are having a combination of designs only to see that the variables which may have an impact other than independent variable on the outcome is controlled. Then we have a factorial design. It is a simple factorial designs. This is something which is useful, especially if you want to test more than one independent variable. In the earlier designs, what we saw about 9 designs, we had one independent variable or an experimental variable. But if you want to test 2 variables, 2 independent variables simultaneously, or if you want to test different levels in a given variable, in such case you need to go for a simple factorial designs. So you have variable 1, we are calling it as x1, that is independent variable, while variable 2 is called as x2. There are again 2 levels. We are introducing the treatments, treatment A and treatment B. Then impact of these are recorded in different cells. So factorial designs have been developed at various levels of complexity. So whenever there is more than one independent variable or at different levels, you can go for simple factorial designs. Whatever is the design you have chosen, please make it a point to see that the research questions are specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and they are time related. You have to be very smart, especially when you are framing a research question. The last part is about the personal development. So we have discussed about topics, we have discussed about the different research designs. Then what are the essential things you need to understand whenever you are doing a dissertation? Kindly concentrate on communication, negotiation, presentation, time management, work planning, as well as little tips for writing. You have to be very clear about your goals and deadlines. Rajgir University gives you the calendar of events. Accordingly, your batch will be submitting your synopsis in January. So you need to know how well and when you have to submit your synopsis. Similarly, your dissertation is going to be submitted 2 years from the point of submission of synopsis, that is 2023. How are you going to have or how are you going to plan all these things? You need to be very clear. You have to be very proactive about solving the problems and rather than withdrawing. Whenever there's a problem, it's ideal that you discuss with your staff member or a guide and solve it. You need to develop a good communication with your guide and the peers throughout the process of writing a dissertation. Build trust and rapport with your guide, which is very, very important. These are some of the responsibilities as a student you need to have. You need to maintain a regular contact with the guide. You have to inform the program director or maybe your head of the department and the guide about any absence during the time which is nominated for working on the dissertations. You have to inform the progress and lead to the development of dissertations. You have to communicate difficulties at the time they are encountered. You have to write dissertations in good standards of clear English using appropriate academic terms and citations and references, conventions, the guidance from your supervisor or your guide. These are some of the responsibilities of the guide. The guide is going to advise the student about the feasibility of the possible risks involved, guide the student in tailoring the proposal to the time and other resource constraints. Guide is going to direct the student in finding useful and relevant teaching material, reading material, appropriate academic framework. He is going to recommend on the choice of suitable methodological approach. He is going to monitor the progress and inform what is required to achieve a satisfactory dissertation. Please note, your guide is a resource. Ask your guide for your advice on choice of topic. Talk to your guide, preferably at regular meetings. Ask them questions about methods, theories, and other things. Show the draft chapters to your guide. Give your guide time to read, think, and give a feedback. Your guide will offer you constructive criticisms of your work. Your guide will help you, but do not do your work for you. Guide can only work with you for what you have brought to them. These are some of the tips for your writing. Plan the pieces of your dissertations. Map the outline, the order, the content of each chapter before you actually write it. Write and revise in separate steps to improve the efficiency. Practice writing and present your research. Most important is please maintain the consistency within your dissertations because the quality of writing matters. About the time management, you need time to refine the research questions. Similarly, you need to know when you are going to present before ethical committee and get their approval. You need time for designing the framework and literature review. Similarly, for undertaking the literature search, developing the research methods, collecting the data, coding the data, analyzing the data, or developing a discussion or writing. So once you plan a dissertation, you need to understand how much time is available for each step and plan accordingly. The suggestion here is you can think of monthly planners or year planners. Other ideal thing is to have a Gantt chart, which I have just displayed. So you need to understand that how much time is required for planning the research, making a design, or an implementation, so that during your written activities, seminar presentations, journal clubs, conferences, or clinical work, other things, your dissertation would get sufficient attention and will not suffer because you are not planned. So we are coming to the end of the presentation. The final thoughts. With the dissertation, this will enable you to identify your area of interest, explore the area in depth, define your own research question, experience the process of producing the knowledge. You will be in a position to manage the project from the beginning to the end, as well as consolidate your communications, information seeking, and intellectual skills. So to conclude, writing a dissertation is perhaps the significant stage of postgraduate education. It marks culmination of hours of training, research, and writing, and leaves behind an indelible impression on the student for years after graduation. The dissertation requires organization and time management skills in order to complete a high standard. You may refer books for understanding research or about dissertation. To make this presentation, I have referred Research Methodology by C.R. Kothari. Similarly, there is a wonderful book, Research Methodology for Oral Professionals by Darby. WHO Research Methodology is very useful. Also, there are books which are related to research, Introduction to Research in Education by Donald. Then there is a practical approach to PG dissertation by R. Ravindran, Gitanjali. In addition to this, I advise you go to our website, Rajasthan University of Health Sciences, Digital Library. Then you can download dissertations of your own specialty and see how the topics are selected, read the abstracts, and similarly you can download some dissertations. In addition to this, I am referring a website where there are a lot of information with respect to writing your dissertations. This is definitely going to be useful for you. I am grateful to all of you for your patient hearing. I take this opportunity to acknowledge my teachers, my professional colleagues. I also thank the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi University, Dr. S. Sachinand sir, Registrar and all the faculty members of Rajiv Gandhi University, Dean cum Director GDCRA, Dr. Girish Reddy sir, President, Secretary and EC members of GDCRA Alumni Association, the Organizing Committee of Prologue 2020, IJCR.co, Dr. Reena Kumar. Similarly, I'd like to thank the staff members and PGs of our department. Special mention would be to my own colleague, Dr. Namita Shanbag, who was instrumental in making this online webinar look easy. Thank you so much. I'd like to end the quote from Honorable former President APJ Abdul Kalam. Thinking should become your capital asset, no matter whatever ups and downs you may come across in your life. Thank you so much. Open for questions.
Thank you, Dr. Puranik, sir, for that informative talk on dissertation, topic selection, and study design.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions here from the postgraduates?
Kiran, I would like you to speak into the microphone of your com.
Am I audible now, Namita?
Yeah. Yes. Can you repeat the question, please?
No, that's what I'm asking. Is there any question from the postgraduates?
We have not received any.
Okay. So I again appreciate Manjunath Puranik sir's ability to present this subject of dissertation, study design in such an interesting way. Thank you so much, sir. We now have Dr. Harikiran.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kiran, for your kind words and support.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Can you just ask Harikiran to start his first slide, and then you can introduce him?
Okay, fine. Dr.
Okay.
Harikiran, yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Kiran.
Good morning, sir.
I have shared my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, yes, it is.
One second, please. Okay, 1 second.
Dr. Harikiran, you need to share your screen. I'm not seeing him. We are not seeing Harikiran. Dr. Harikiran, are you there?
Dr. Harikiran, Dr. Namita, shall I go ahead with the biodata?
I think so. Yeah, you can go ahead with his biodata. I'll just get him online and share his screen.
Okay. Warm welcome to Dr. Harikiran. Dr. Arkalgud Govindraj Harikiran completed his Bachelor of Dental Surgery from RV Dental College, Bangalore. His Masters of Dental Surgery from KLE ES Institute of Dental Sciences, Belgaum. He did his fellowship, WHO Prologue 2, from La Trobe University School of Public Health, WHO, fellowship from Johns Hopkins University under Intermediate Epidemiology Program in 2006. Again in 2006, he did his fellowship from Johns Hopkins University for tobacco control and national and international approaches. He has a fellowship from Commonwealth Fellowship, Professional Fellowship, which he did it in 2008 from University College of London, UK. Currently he's a professor and head Department of Public Health Dentistry, Ravi Dental College, Bangalore. In the same institution, he's heading Institutional Research Sustenance Committee. He's also heading Institutional Outreach Program and Satellite Centers. He's author of Institutional Research Policy. He's in charge of NSS Central Government Scheme. He's member of Institutional Committee for Review of Faculty Support System and Research and Faculty Appraisal System. He's an internal member for Internal Quality Assessment, NAC. He's also consultant on the project of International Health Regulation, Compliance of India, the politics of global health security. He is also a consultant to various WHO projects. He is in advisory board for Karnataka State Dental Council. He is consultant for Advisory Core Committee, Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. He is also a consultant for the Community Dental Health IDA Association. It is indeed a pleasure to have you, sir, in this program of Prologue. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kiran. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Yes. Thank you for a very kind introduction, Dr. Kiran. And
But your screen is not shared.
I have shared it. 1 second. Just tell me now. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we see the screen. You're good.
Yeah, excellent. Right. So, a couple of things. Good afternoon, everyone, and nice to be a part of Prologue 2020, which is probably one of the most effective inductive programs for postgraduates that we have seen over the last few years. Now, I would probably need some technical help. Can I see what I'm presenting? Is there English team? Yeah. I am not able to see me and the presentation together. Is there any way we can do that?
You will be not able to see you. You will not be seeing yourself, but you can only see your screen. But we can see you, provided you would have shared your camera.
Okay. Am I visible now?
No, you're not visible.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Okay.
Yes. Now you share your screen. Maximize the presentation and share your screen.
You will not see yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Yeah. So we are good to go now.
Your screen is not shared.
I have shared it. Shall I share it once more? Okay. Now, is it visible now?
Your screen is visible. We are not able to see your picture. Wing Commander Arup, could you just help him out?
Dr. Ravi?
Dr. Hari.
Yeah.
Dr. Hari. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you gone for screen share?
Yeah, I've gone for screen share.
Now, don't worry about your visibility. Just go and click on your PPT.
Okay. I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shall I start now?
Your screen is not visible, Dr. Hari.
Even now?
No, yeah, even now. Now you have to go and share your entire screen.
I have done that. I'll do it once more.
Okay, just do it once more and then we
Yeah, I've done share my entire screen now.
Okay.
Now, can you see me?
Just a
Can you see the presentation?
We can see the
Yes.
presentation, but we can't see you.
Okay.
doesn't matter. That
Okay,
doesn't
then
matter.
shall we just go ahead?
Just move ahead, please.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Yeah. So, a very good afternoon to everyone. And Dr. Kiran, thank you for such a nice introduction. So, are we having, say, approximately 40 minutes?
Yes, you are right.
Okay, excellent. Done. So it's always a difficult task to continue a presentation of Dr. Manjunath Puranik, right? So because his presentations are so meticulous and so detailed that now I'm thinking, what exactly am I going to present? Because he has covered almost everything from the point of view of research. But anyway, let's try to see today the topic that has been allocated to me in terms of dissertation, how to write a synopsis. Now, when we are looking at this topic, what we realize is that there is really nothing specific that can be told in this synopsis, in this particular topic, because what you people have gone through over the past 2 days, right? In terms of your overview of the PG program, the overview of research, the overview of the concept of selecting topics, all of these things are translated into a document. And that is what is called as a synopsis. So a synopsis is probably an amalgamation of all the content that you have been exposed to in the last 2 days, last 3 days, right? So what are the objectives that we are having, we hope to achieve at the end of today's presentation is that hopefully the participants, that is the, I'm told approximately 800 postgraduate students, right? They, at the end of today's program, they are able to understand what is a synopsis, right? And then maybe also understand what are the main components of a synopsis, to address common challenges and errors while writing a synopsis, and to understand the importance of a synopsis and get an idea why is this synopsis requiring so much of attention. After all, if it is a 6 or a 10-page document that needs to be done, why is this given so much of importance? And these are what we hope that the student will be able to appreciate at the end of today's presentation. And generally, webinars or any online interactions are so difficult because you do not have the feedback, whether the visual or the oral feedback of students. So I have requested one of my colleagues to sit in front of me and listen to my presentation, hopefully encourage me as this presentation goes along. And Dr. Kiran, if you're there, what I would suggest is maybe we can request the students to put in questions. Dr. Kiran, you're there? Or Dr. Namita? Yeah, anyway, if any of the moderators are there, what I would request is that the postgraduate students can keep typing their questions in, and it is not necessary that we wait until the end of the program. We can take questions sometime in between because after all, this concept is about the applied aspect of translating everything that we've heard in the last 2 days, right? Yeah. Now, what is this synopsis? This synopsis, now let's first, before we get into what is a synopsis, let's try to understand what exactly is the difference between an undergraduate program and a postgraduate program. The essential difference, to a great extent, we have done undergraduate clinical work exposure is already there, right? Is post-graduation a continuation and a repetition of these clinical work again and again, or is it something more than that? So if we look into the essence of post-graduation, of course, the exposure to clinical work is always there, but the major differentiator is the concept and the integration of research and dissertations. The concept and integration of the concept of research, and how do we know whether this research has been understood or integrated? It is by means of a research topic, which is also called as a dissertation. And what is a synopsis? A synopsis is a gist of your planned project or your planned dissertation, which is submitted for approval to the competent authorities. And in this case, who is the competent authority? The Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences and the academic coordinators who run this dissertation. And what does this synopsis do? It gives a panoramic view of your research, right? And that panoramic view, or the word panoramic is important, right? It is giving you an overall view of your research. Hello. Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Sorry, I think the internet got disconnected and got connected again. So a power issue is there. Right? Sorry about that. Yeah. Shall I continue?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the synopsis, the slides are visible now.
Please put it in slideshow mode.
Yeah. Yeah. So it gives a panoramic view of your research, and it gives a panoramic view. It has to give an overall view or a summary of your research as evidenced by the word synopsis for quick analysis by the reviewers. That means the reviewers will not be able to get into absolutely all the details. So you will have to have it in a standardized format, paying attention to the important points that you want them to see so that they understand that the research is competent. Thus, a protocol of a synopsis forms an integral part of a research project or a thesis. Now, these are the components of research, right? Sorry, these are the components of the pro forma that is there for a dissertation. That is the synopsis pro forma. It contains the title of the topic, the brief resume of the intended work. In that, there is the need for the study, the aims and objectives, review of literature, materials and methods. And in materials and methods, you have study description, study tools, sample size, selection of study participants, informed consent, study intervention, measurements and data collection, statistical details and study budget. Now, if you see, all of these components have been covered in the last 3 days by different presenters. So there is nothing that I will be dealing in detail. But as I said at the start of the presentation, we are trying to now focus on understanding what is synopsis, and also try to focus on what are the important components which usually a postgraduate student does errors in, right? Now, first, the most important component of a synopsis is probably the title of the topic, right? Now, if you see here, I have put in 3 examples of good titles. One is from CDOE, second is from the Journal of Periodontology. And you can see here, if you can read the example of a good title says, a social story-based oral health promotion for preschool children with special healthcare needs, a 24-month randomized controlled trial. And naturally, I, being a public health person, chose a public health topic to give an example of what a good title can be. Now, why is this title a good title? Because it has these characteristics, right? So what are the characteristics of a title which will make the title a good title? Is that it should summarize the topic, and you can see to a great extent the title, the social story based oral health promotion. No, it gives you an overall view of what the topic is. Second, generally titles should avoid abbreviations and include the study design if possible. And let's see the title. Can you see that there are no abbreviations? And it also includes the study design. That means it mentions that it is a randomized controlled trial, right? And the title and objective should generally not be the same. It's not an absolute requirement, but generally it shouldn't be the same. And usually the word limit for a title is approximately around 15 words. And that, as you get into dissertations and research and publication, the postgraduate students will realize that that's an ad hoc number which most of the people will use, like most of the journals will use. Generally around 15 words is a good number, and in 15 words most of the research topics can be expressed. So some small steps to help you make a title. So just ask these questions to yourself and say, what is my research about, right? What methods and techniques do I use to perform? And as you can see in the title, it tells you about the method or the technique, because it's a social story based oral health promotion approach, right? And who or what or who was the subject of my study. Right. And if you study with special healthcare needs. Now, the importance of the title, a title is registered in the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences. So if you want to change the title later, it's a very difficult process with lot of administrative, legal and research challenges. Because if the title of your research itself is being changed, then it has to go to the IRB or the Institutional Review Board to justify whether your methodology is justifying your title. So try to get your title right the first time as much as possible, because it is difficult to change. Next. The next content of the synopsis is the brief resume of the intended work or the need for the study, right? What do you mean by the need for the study? Again, this has been covered by Dr. Puranik and the other speakers. The need for the study, it gives an introduction to the topic or the concept. It gives an overview to the reader. And in this case, your synopsis is going to go to external reviewers. It will go to a minimum of 2 to 3 external reviewers, which, for example, in the subject of public health dentistry, if the article, if the synopsis is being done in a different institution, then it will be sent to other reviewers, a person like me, who will review the topic and see if the synopsis has been written adequately, right? So the need for the study, it should introduce the topic to me. I don't know anything about the topic when I'm reviewing it. So it should introduce the topic to me. And the second component is it should summarize the findings of the review of literature and identify the existing deficiencies of the current literature, that is gaps in knowledge. So what are you trying to do here? You're trying to build a story. You're saying this is a concept that I have with me, and right now so much of research has been done, and these are the gaps, and how my study will address the gaps in the present study. Right? So this is the story in which the background or the need for the study, which is the first part of your dissertation or of your synopsis, is justified. And generally, again, these are all not absolute rules, right? But generally 1 to 3 pages should be more than sufficient in establishing the need for the study. Now, let's take an example, right, of how the need for the study can be justified. This is the example of one of my postgraduate students, and her research is effectiveness of a quiz-based approach in improving KAP, oral health literacy and oral health status, a randomized control trial amongst 11 to 12-year-old school children of Bangalore city. And that is a title. It's quite a comprehensive title. It addresses all the requirements of a title that we spoke about. And then if you see, I have identified here the main headings under which the need for the study has been organized. So her need for the study goes in around 6 paragraphs, where she says that the oral disease burden in India and the globe is very high. That is the first paragraph. The second paragraph says there are various strategies to address this particular oral disease burden, right? And amongst those various strategies, right, oral health education and oral health literacy are important, and the quiz is a tool in that direction. So she makes a story saying that there is a lot of disease or a lot of oral diseases in the community. To address this, there is oral health education and literacy, and quiz that we are working on is one of the methods, and let's see how effective that is. So what you're trying to do in 1 or 2 pages, you're building a story and saying how the existing gaps in the literature are being addressed by this particular research topic. That is the first and one of the most important points, the title and the need for the study. And then we have the second part, which is the aims and the objectives, right? What is aim? Aim is the intention or the desired outcome, right? It is trying to tell the reviewer or the person who is reading what they are going to achieve, and it is going to give that from a broad perspective, from a bird's eye perspective. And an objective is a smart one. That means it is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And a specific goal, what steps can be achieved to achieve the desired outcome. That is an objective. Let's see an example of an aim and an objective, right? So if you see, we have taken an example from the Department of Orthodontia, right? If you look at the goal or the aim, the goal is cephalometric evaluation of a skeletal-based relationship in cleft lip and palate patients in tertiary hospitals in Mysore. That is the goal. Overall, we are looking at this cephalometric evaluation. But if you see the objectives, it says to find out the percentage distribution of skeletal base pattern in cleft lip and palate patients in the patient population coming to a tertiary hospital using lateral cephalogram. And you can see that the objective is very different from a goal. The goal gives you an overall idea, but the objective is specific, right? It is specific, it is measurable, it speaks about percentage distribution, it is achievable, relevant, and time-bound. So that is the difference between a goal or a aim and an objective. And the objective can be either primary objective or secondary objective, right? So first you have the need for the study in a synopsis. Then, hello? Yes? Yeah, done. So that is followed by the literature review, right? And again, these are all methods. The fourth component of the synopsis is what is called as a literature review. And literature review also, I think there has been a separate program itself of how to do data mining, how to do a literature search. So without going into the details, I will just say that literature review has four main objectives. What? It surveys the literature of your chosen area of study. It synthesizes the information in that literature into a summary. It critically analyzes the information and identify gaps in knowledge, and it presents the literature in an organized way. And again, this has been dealt in detail by the other speakers. Now, what are the take-home or the actionable points from the point of view of a synopsis? One is, generally, it's not an absolute requirement. You can use 15 articles also, you can use 4 articles also. But generally, from the point of view of a synopsis, 6 to 10 articles are quite sufficient to get across your point. And please note the second point that I've mentioned, that it is not necessary to be comprehensive. When you're doing a literature review in a publication, when you're doing a literature review in your actual final dissertation, there we need to be comprehensive. What do we mean by comprehensive? That all the articles in that particular title or that subject or that component has been addressed and measured. But here, the objective of your synopsis is to give an overview, right? So it is not necessary to be comprehensive. And there are two approaches which we can use for writing the synopsis, writing the review of literature. One is called the list approach, and there is no evidence or research doesn't say there is any list approach. It is my own terminology, because what is a list approach? Generally, you take one article and summarize it in around 20 words and list it, right? Article number 1, article number 2, article number 3, article number 4. And then the correct way of doing it, which is called as the summary approach. Now, this is quite difficult to understand. So let me just try to give you an example of an actual synopsis. And here I hope that it is visible. Right. Is my Word document visible now? Yeah. So you can see this is an example of an actual synopsis. And here in this particular this one, we have gone in for 24, right? The audience is able to see, right? You're able, no, that's good, right? So we have around 24 pages. This is how a synopsis looks like. Done. Let's go to the literature review to appreciate how a literature review will look. Yeah. Now let's go to the literature review. Again, the title of this dissertation is about the quiz that I mentioned. Let me show the title also so that it's a little more clear. You can see the title of the topic is Effectiveness of a Quiz-Based Approach in Improving the KAP, Oral Health Literacy and Oral Health Status, a randomized control trial amongst 11 to 12-year-old school children of Bangalore City. Now, if we go to the literature review, here you can see that this particular researcher has divided the literature review into 4 different parts. The first one, 6.3.1, is what are the different approaches to reduce the oral disease burden. And in that, she has listed 2 articles. Then, what is the 6.3.2? What is oral health literacy? What is the role of oral health literacy in improving oral health? And there, she has listed article number 1 and article number 2. Then 6.3.3, quiz as a method of oral health promotion, where she has listed article number 1, article number 2, right? So what this author has essentially done is, now, no? Yeah. So what this author has done has the presentation visible?
Yes, it is. Please continue.
Yes, excellent. Done. So what that author has done has taken a combination of the two approaches, right? Which is a summary approach and a list approach, right? And the summary approach where you're able to organize and synthesize these articles into different headings is the way to go. And those are the guidelines for the review of literature. And of course, the sources of the review of literature, I think most of you people are already aware by this time. Like you will have sources like PubMed Tutorial, Scopus, ResearchGate, Clinical Key, EBSCO, SkyHub, Google Scholar.
Hello. Hello.
Really audible now? I'm so sorry about that. There is a, I think, net issue. The internet is starting on and off because of a power problem. Anyway, let me just continue. Right.
Uh,
Yeah, it's still not visible now.
yeah, we are able to see your screen.
Yeah, excellent.
Can you do a full screen
Yes.
mode?
Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm doing that now. Right. So we were just speaking about the review of literature and what are the major and the important points to focus on when we are doing a review of literature from the point of view of the synopsis. And one good way of ensuring that the amount of errors are less is to use established checklists rather than making our own checklists or rather than reinventing the wheel. The history of research has shown that there have been a lot of smart people before us and they have made a lot of tools which are available, and it is wise for us to use those tools. So here there are some examples of checklists which a lot of you will be already familiar, like a consort checklist for a clinical trial, a strobe checklist for cross-sectional or a case control or a cohort study or any type of analytical study, or a care checklist for a case report, a prisma for meta-analysis. And I think you already are aware that there is something called as an equator network. And if you go into that equator network, there are more than enough checklists to get you tired of doing research. There are so many checklists and tools which are available and you can use them. Now, coming to the next part is the materials and methods, right? What are you trying to do? You're trying to here give an idea of what is your materials and methods. And again, what are the components of the materials and methods? These are essentially what you're doing in your research, and therefore all the things that we are going to mention now has already been covered in the research topics that has been addressed. So basically, what are the components of the checklist which will be there is what is the study design? Is it an in vitro or an in vivo study design? And is it a clinical trial? Is it an observational study? Is it a randomized control trial? And what is the study setting? Is it in the department and the laboratory? Right. Now, here, when we are looking at the study design, one thing I think we will have to keep in mind is the feasibility, right? So, how has our study design accommodated for potential challenges of what we have assumed not going right? Right? We are living through a particular challenge, right? Where we are on an unexpected pandemic on the global scale, or a personal issue or a personal challenge of the feasibility of a study. So when we are looking at materials and methods, it is wise to keep some factors in mind. So look at, when you're looking at, let's imagine we are looking at, let's say, the sample size, right? Along with writing the method of calculation of the sample size and the key references to the sample size, right? It is important to see whether it is feasible to attain the particular sample size, right? And let's imagine that there is a situation where, because of the pandemic or the nature of the research that we have taken, that we are not able to get that sample size. Are there other methods with which we can address it? So these are important considerations, especially in the context of the research that we do in today's world has very little financial support. The financial support mechanisms, either from the institutions or the universities, especially for postgraduate research, is very less. So please keep these in mind when you're writing the materials and methods. So in the materials and methods, you will be speaking about the selection of the study participants. What is the selection process? What is the inclusion and the exclusion criteria? And in the selection process, is it an in vitro or an in vivo study? Is it a clinical study or is it a comparative study? Right. What is the measurement and the data collection? What are the procedures for the measurement? The details of data which has to be collected, that is, what are the variables that will be collected? What are the exposure variables? And what are the outcome variables? And of course, as mentioned in the previous this one, that what is the data management that will be done? What is the data analysis plan? And what is the major statistical tests that will be conducted? And when we used to do research, when we were students, hardly there used to be mention of the budget. But now it is quite desirable if you are able to put in a study budget and a cost breakup of the materials and also the analysis. And it's good to have a mental plan in your mind as to how much money you will have to invest. One more important component that you can incorporate is what is called as a Gantt chart, right? So this is a typical representation of the Gantt chart, where you can see that from over a period of 3 months, the planning will be done, a period of 2 months research, a period of 2 months design. And a Gantt chart is also allows you to plan overlapping research research processes. For example, at planning and research and design, it's not that one is done sequentially after the other. There sometimes they will go in hand. And especially in today's context, where you will be working with a guide, where you'll be working with a co-guide, or you'll be working with multiple stakeholders or working with other departments. It gives you a shared understanding and an agreement of the schedule by all members of the research team, right? So accountability for all the members of the research team will be there when you have a Gantt chart, and it's a shared Gantt chart. It's an agreed upon Gantt chart, and also it will serve as a very important self-discipline tool. So these are the material methods that will be available. Now, research during our time was a lot easier and a lot simpler. You did some research, but my dear friends, my dear postgraduate students, you are born and brought up in a different world. And if this cartoon is a representation that there are a lot of safeguards and checklists Of course, it's a funny representation. It looks as though somebody is trying to attack you, but there are a lot of safeguards that have been incorporated into the system. What are these safeguards? You can see that ICMR rules are applicable. At this point of time, ICMR rules are applicable. And in the institution itself, you have a research committee, and you have an institutional review board in all circumstances. But in some institutions, you also have a research committee. That means you go through a lot of processes to do the research, right? Now, the logic should be, if you have to go through a lot of processes to do this research, that means you are going to spend a lot of time and energy in research. Then wouldn't it be wise to take a topic which will potentially help you in your career, help you in your future job, help you continue the research in the future, and also probably get some benefit out of it in terms of either a job opportunity or financial benefit. Now, one of the ways of addressing all these issues, we've spoken about the challenges of writing a synopsis and why a synopsis is right. One of the ways of addressing the issue is that you will know what are the challenges only when you walk the talk. So I strongly suggest all postgraduate students do a pilot study. And a pilot study should be done to predict the difficulties, to check the feasibility, to make sure that we have a sample size of adequacy, and any modifications in the study protocol, right? A pilot study will give you a perspective about all aspects of the research. Yeah. Okay. Right. Now, coming to the ethical issues, right? Now, all your synopsis, before your synopsis goes to the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, from the point of view of acceptance, it has to go through the ethical committee. And what are the important considerations of an ethical committee? That whether informed consent has been taken, whether a patient participation study information sheet has been given, whether the informed consent is in both English and Kannada, how are the tissue samples that are being taken, how are they being handled, and if it is a clinical trial, has legal opinion been taken? So let me give you an example. I hope you're able to see the Word document here, right? You're able to see? Yes. Now, this is the example of a patient information sheet. Yes. Right? This is the example of a patient parental consent form and an assent form, or you can also call it as a patient information sheet. And here you can see that all the components which a person needs to be aware of. That means from the point of view of the research participant, of what is the research, what are the procedures which are there for research, what are the risks and discomforts, what are the potential benefits, is there any money, is there any cost, is there any payment, all of these things along with the address or the contact person's details should be kept, right? So this is an absolute requirement of the institutional review committee application form, the patient consent form, and the patient information sheet. Okay. Next. Now, if you come to the end of the synopsis, there are certain annexures which, even if the university asks for these annexures, but even if the university doesn't ask these annexures, it is wise to put all of these annexures. What is it? Number one, the consent or the assent form. Second is the patient information sheet. The IRB or the ethical committee clearance form that is obtained after it has been reviewed by the institutional review board. What is the tool or the questionnaires being used? And if you are collecting information, or if you are collaborating with any research institute, if you are having an MOU with them, or you're having some arrangement with them where they are saying that yes, you can take your sample, blood sample or tissue sample, and you can do an analysis in our organization. It's always better and preferable to put all these annexures. So I think to a great extent we have been able to cover what is a synopsis, what is the importance of a synopsis, how does a synopsis document look like, right? And what are the most common mistakes that we will be going through when we are looking at a synopsis, and how we can address it, right? So if there are any questions, we can address the questions now. Either Dr. Kiran or Dr. Namita, if there are any questions, can we have a question answer round? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir. We have not received any questions as yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Done. The most intelligent, but the one most
Live
responsive
streaming
to change.
is on.
Not
Yeah,
it's not the strongest of the species that survives, not the most intelligent. It is the one most responsive to change, and we are in a rapidly changing world where research is becoming so much more important, and from the career point of view and also from the post-graduation point of view. I hope the postgraduate students don't take it up only as a requirement of the curriculum, but look at it as an absolute value addition from their career point of view, and not only do research, but do quality research, and not only do research, but enjoy the research, not only do research, but also take it forward in their long and illustrious careers that we hope we will see. Thank you so much for your time and kind patience.
Thank you, Harikiran, sir. Thank you so much. And we are grateful for the time and efforts you have taken to share your thoughts and experiences in this regard. Thank you so much. Dr. Namita, can we take a 5 minutes break here? Dr. Ravi Hebballi, sir, has come. So we'll allow the postgraduates to take a 5 minutes quick break and come back, sir. We'll start the session at 1 p.m. You can take a 5 minutes break and come back.
Thank you, Dr. Harikiran.
Thank you very much, Dr. Namita. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a wonderful session, and I think you experienced some glitches.
Yeah, I did.
Very sorry for this.
Yeah. No, it's an internet issue. I think nothing that you or me could have done. The power, it was a power issue, nothing else.
Okay, power cut. Okay. Anyway, it was very well presented lecture. Thank you, Hari. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
We have our next speaker, Dr. Kiran.
Ravi sir is there, Namita. I told them to take a 5 minutes break.
Yeah.
So we'll start at 1 p.m. sharp.
Yeah, we are at, we could share the screen and keep it ready by then.
Yeah, we can do that. Ravi sir, you're ready, sir? Ravi sir?
Good afternoon, Dr. Ravi.
Can you hear me?
Ravi? Yeah, we can hear you now. You were mute earlier.
Yeah, I was muted,
Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is, the the previous speaker has finished, sir. So you might as well share your screen, go to
Okay.
the PPT, enable your video, and then go slideshow mode. Very good. Go to the PPT. Yes.
Yeah.
So, okay. Now PPT, your PPT is open. So before going there, go back to your screen, enable your video, sir. Enable your video.
Video.
Yeah. Video. That's it. Now go to your slide, sir. Now go to your slide and go on to slideshow mode. There's a wine glass. Yes, exactly. Now the people will be, now we can see you as well as the PPT. So you're good to rock.
So I just see my slides, right?
You will see your slide, but as participants, we get to see you, your expressions, your gestures, and your slide as well.
Yeah, because I wanted people to see me today.
Yeah, they'll see you today.
The reason I took a shower this morning.
Great. Only thing we have not been able to capture is the fragrance part of it. So they won't get to get the fragrance, but they'll get to see you.
I just hope you can see up to my shirt, right? Nothing below.
Yes. And we are live, sir. We are live right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So let me tell me when I'm good and I can start.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ravi and Dr. Kiran, who's moderating this session on photography. I request Dr. Kiran to introduce our speaker. For
Yes. So welcome, Dr. Ravi Hebballi, sir. Namita, we'll wait for 2 minutes, Namita, if you don't mind, because we are asked we'll start at 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
Dr. Ravi, I think I read about your favorite your favorite superstar is no more.
Who?
Is that true? The lion.
Yeah. One of my.
Oh.
I have a couple of favorite boys there in Mara. So one of them.
Yeah, the big boys, big cat.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was killed in a snare, bushmeat snare.
Okay.
By these poachers, So,
Oh, that's still happening there.
Yeah, because the park is closed, no tourism, nobody is there, so
Okay.
are having a field day there.
Yeah. Yes, we are ready to start.
There's a lot of people around, so poachers don't come.
Yes.
No, there's nobody,
So when is your next trip, sir?
Open the flights tomorrow. I'll be flying out tomorrow.
Okay. So,
Yeah, here to you, Kiran.
Yeah.
And Dr. Ravi, all the best. Bye.
Thank you.
So we'll start our session, sir, now. A warm welcome to Dr. Ravi Hebballi, sir. Dr. Ravi Hebballi, a maxillofacial surgeon by the first profession, is a well-known name in field of dentistry. A unique, dynamic combination of skills and creativity in his work has made Dr. Ravi stand out. Apart from his professional achievements, Ravi has always believed in the following his dreams and passions, which have unveiled his hidden creativity and talents. He discovered his love for nature and wildlife and traveling the past few years. He is now seriously into wildlife photography and runs his own company, Magic Carpet Wildlife Travels Limited, based in Nairobi, Kenya, which regularly organizes wildlife and photography tours to Kenya and Tanzania. Dr. Ravi enjoys teaching and has worked in few dental colleges as professor and taught for many years. He still continues to share his knowledge and experience and teaches whether it is maxillofacial surgery or photography. His love to learn and share the knowledge gives him enthusiasm to conduct various classes and programs, whether it is dental, maxillofacial, or photography. He also lectures and conducts workshops regularly on this. It is indeed a pleasure to have you, sir. Please take over, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Kiran. That was pretty interesting, and I'm happy to be associated with Prologue from the time of its inception from the time Dr. Ramanand Shetty started. So I've been with you guys, Prologue, for all these years. Of course, this is a new thing that's happening, a new change. Like the previous speaker ended his presentation with a Charles Darwin slide. We have to adapt to change, and yes, we are here adapting to change. I thank Rajiv Gandhi University and Government Dental College, Research Institute, to the alumni who are running this successful program for the last 10 years plus, if I think is right. And I'm happy to be involved and to share my experiences and my thoughts with the young generation, the new generation, the new kids are going to be masters in the next couple of years. So thank you all for having me here. But now this is a very different experience for me. I was always used to talking on stages and actually interacting with people. Right now, I feel I am in the studios of All India Radio, where I just need to speak and I don't have anybody here. So I just look into my slides and speak. So I hope I am visible and I am audible. If I am not at this stage, this is what is going to be my voice. If I'm not audible, please let me know, so now we can make some changes rather than in between me asking again, am I audible? Am I audible? So, am I audible?
Can I come in? Dr. Ravi, I think you need to be slightly loud or come near the microphone or whatever you're using. Yeah.
To be a little loud, unfortunately, I'm a very soft-spoken person.
I know that. So, yeah, I think
when
yeah, it was nice. Yeah.
Now can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
I'll just come a little closer to my laptop.
Yeah.
So for me, it's very difficult to become a loudmouth from now on. I've been a very soft-spoken person. Yeah. So we shall go ahead with, I think you can see my disclaimer slide. And this is something that's very important for the people who are hearing me and for the students who have joined master's program now, because you will be using a lot of images in your presentations later on, even if it is for your seminar or your conferences or any presentation. Make sure you put a disclaimer in the beginning in case you have used pictures that do not belong to you, because there is a strict copyright act now. If you don't have a disclaimer, anybody can sue you if we have evidence that you have used somebody else's picture and don't give credit to that person. But if you have a disclaimer like the one that I've put now, then it's pretty safe. You don't have to give a credit to the picture that you've used. Okay, now we are in a different era. Well, I started photography about 13 years back, and then it was a transformation from the film photography to digital photography, but now it is more of the mobile phone photography, and I'm sure that all of you have mobile phones with you today and you have cameras in them and then you take pictures. If I'm right in this, I want to show you something. Being in this photography field for quite a number of years, and I'm pretty active on social media. I have a lot of fan following on social media. So people who are following me know that I'm into photography. If I'm not a professional photography, at least they know that I'm into serious photography. So generally, the people who are there on my Facebook and Instagram post pictures, and they are my friends, they are my acquaintances, and we have connected friends of friends. So they keep seeing my pictures, and so they are on my wall. So many times they post pictures or send pictures to me on Messenger and ask me to comment on these pictures. The next series of pictures, what I'm going to show is actual pictures taken by my friends, my acquaintances, people who I know on social media, and this is how it goes. So this is my topic for the day. So these are the pictures that have been posted on various walls on social media. The one on the left is a picture taken during a holiday, and the right one is macro photography apparently. The left is a bird photography, a picture of somebody, showing their kids in a park. Left is a wildlife photography. Because of the shape, you can make out it's a giraffe. The right is bird photography again. I really do not know what this picture on the left was, but then since I found it on somebody's wall, I just have taken this. The right one is a person whom I know well. And in fact, this was one of her presentation or something which she had posted. And then this is a picture taken during a family travel to a resort or something, holidaying. Again, right one is an impala, wildlife photography. Now the thing is, these are the people who post these pictures on the social media. And we all know the social media, how it is. It's a mutual contract, So you like my pictures, I like your pictures. You comment, then I comment. If you are nasty, then I have all the reasons to be nasty. So that's how the whole thing works. And what actually caught my attention was not these pictures, but then when I scrolled down to see the comments, various comments for these pictures, I was pretty surprised to see these comments. These are actually the comments that I just copied and pasted on my presentation. Superb, great. Somebody also says, you're a great photographer, bro, mate, or whatever. Amazing picture, beautiful. You shoot like a pro. And the last one was somebody said, you're a professional photographer. So what the sad part is, on the flip side of this is, the person who has taken these pictures and posted these pictures thinks that he knows photography. He has learned photography. He also might think that he is mastered. So the same mentality continues. So he's in that frame of mind that he does not need to learn anything more. Or he's learned whatever is required. But unfortunately, that is not what it is. Because we are talking about serious photography. You people are here to listen to me for the next half an hour or so to learn something about serious photography. So if you have been shooting pictures on your mobile, I would suggest you need to graduate from there and take better pictures for serious photography, because you would need good quality pictures from now on if you are looking at using photography as a tool in your next 3 years of your master's program. So what is photography? Photography is basically, it's a science. It's a technology. For some, it is a hobby. For some, it is a passion. It's a tool. It's a way of communication. It's something that can be shared between two people or can be shared between one person and an audience. It is something that you can convey to a mass. You can convey to the world. So basically, it's a media, it's a tool. And for us, some of us, people like me, today it's a profession where, I quit dentistry and maxillofacial surgery after about spending 20 good years. But now I am pursuing photography on a serious note. So for me, it's a profession. Because of photography, I'm able to feed my family. So there are different things that we can look at for photography or we can expect from photography. Like I said, anybody can take photos. It's not difficult, It's not as difficult, as serious, as tedious as learning any other science. It's simple, very simple. Not if I can do photography, anybody can do photography. It's not difficult to learn. It's just that you need to understand what are the few things that you need to learn, take it seriously, and whatever you learn, put it in action, and then you'll take good pictures. So like anybody can take pictures, anybody can be taught to take pictures also. So it's not difficult, it's very simple. And I'm going to spend the next few minutes just giving you tips how to take good picture, because I also do a week workshop. I do a 2-day workshop. I'm also doing a workshop. I also do a course for 3 months. So there are a lot of things that can be taught over 3 months. There can be something that can be taught in a day. There can be something that can be taught in half an hour too. So what I'm going to spend in the next half an hour is just giving you tips. So if you are taking down notes, you can take down notes, at least the points. That will help you tomorrow to take pictures, or if you can take screenshots from my presentation, that's also good. I have no problem. So what's the need for photographs? Why are you here listening to my presentation or seeing my presentation? And why do you think the Prologue people have incorporated this topic in your 3 days program? So what's the need for photographs? Basically, it's useful for learning. We all have learned looking at pictures right from our kindergarten. A for apple, our teacher did not carry an apple. So she showed an apple. Okay, that was fine. You could also. B for a ball. Okay, even if she could carry a ball, she could still manage. But when it came to C for cat, she wouldn't be able to get a cat. So we all learned seeing pictures. And even now, you're learning seeing pictures. And after this COVID thing, thanks, everything has to be learned by seeing. So there you go. So it's very important to have good pictures, because you're going to learn. If somebody had put a bad picture, you would not have appreciated. And the same thing holds good if you want to teach. If you want to teach somebody, make sure you have good pictures. So it's also useful in teaching. Yeah. And since you're all in the medical field, in the dental field, it's very important today to have patient records. And in the patient records, one of the component is having patient images or patient pictures. So make sure you have good quality pictures. It's very useful in communication. Suppose you have a clinical scenario and you have a picture of a swelling or an ulcer, and you want to communicate with your teacher or your contemporary or your peer, you need to take a good picture and send across through your social media or your WhatsApp, and then excuse me. So it's very useful for communication. Presentations, very important. As I told you, as I said in the beginning, you need to have good quality pictures, not the pictures that you would take on your mobile phone cameras, because for presentations, we're going to blow up the images. Of course, if I was in the auditorium in Dhanvantri today, I would have shown you the comparison of two pictures when we blow up on a screen size of 8 feet and above. So it's very important you have. And even if it is a simple seminar for your own batchmates or your teachers and your colleagues, make sure you have good quality pictures for your presentation. Same thing holds good for when you're presenting in conferences or whatever, if the live conferences would eventually happen. And publications, it's very important, especially those of you who want to go and follow the academic line. Publications are a must today, and I'm sure Dental Council is insisting on publications if you want to be in academics. And for my dear colleagues, my dear teachers also, if you want to have publications to continue your teaching profession, and you want to have more weightage to your curriculum vitae or your resume, then you need to have good publications. And for good publications, there is a great need for quality photographs. I know many of my friends, colleagues, whose articles, however good they were, have been sent back by international journals saying that send good quality photograph, improve your pictures, or send a better picture. So unfortunately, you won't get back this scenario when you've done the study if it has been done ages back, and you can't do anything if you don't have a good picture. So it's very important you have good pictures for publications. And the most important in today's situation is for medical legal records. The Consumer Protection Act is harsh now. You can't get away. And if something happens to the patient, and we've seen how things are happening on a present day, at least to save your back, you need to have a good patient record from the time the patient visited you, and if there was some morbidity or mortality, you need to safeguard yourself. So at every situation, at every step, at every stage in your treatment procedure, please take pictures and please keep a record. Of course, before the media comes and beats you, you can still have all these things and try to protect yourself. So at least for that sake, have a record of the patient pictures, So take good pictures, not taking a selfie with a patient, that you can do if you want to, no harm. But always through a series, from the time the patient visited you, pre-operative, pre-treatment, intraoperative, intra-treatment, post-operative, long-term follow-up, whatever. Keep a record, put it in a file, put it in a hard disk, name the file, the patient name, the date, and if the patient ID is there, put that and save. It will save your skill. So that's the need for photographs. And when we talk about the need for photographs, you can take pictures from various machines. What you're all doing today is taking pictures from your mobile phone camera. You can also take pictures from something that's known as a point and shoot, or also a consumer camera. Then we also have a bridge camera, which is a good camera to start taking serious pictures. They're also known as a prosumer camera. And of course, the best is a DSLR. It's a professional camera. Why we call a professional camera is not because a professional uses it, because you get quality pictures of a professional level. That's why they are known as professional cameras. Okay, so there are different ways you can shoot pictures, and these are the ones. But taking each one at a time, what are the advantages and disadvantages? Mobile phone camera is good only for your casual stuff, for your MMS and things like that, for sharing your pictures and whatever, nothing beyond that. Though the marketing gimmicks today talk of big sensors and all the Apple and the Androids and the 1 Plus and 2 Plus and whatever, 3 Plus, whatever, talk of saying that you don't need to have a DSLR and these cameras are best for pictures, I still refuse to accept it and believe that. You might think I'm wrong, but I'm telling you with experience, the pictures that come out of your phone cameras are good for viewing them on your LED screen. Tomorrow, if you want to go in a big way, if you want to take it to a different level, they're not useful. I can prove that, But anyway, that's besides the discussion here. But the sensor size is small. Just imagine if you have a DSLR which weighs about 2 to 3 kilos. The size of a DSLR is about 6 inches wide, and the only thing that it has got is a component of a camera, nothing else. And you can imagine size of the sensor. But when you talk of a mobile phone which has a camera, it's a mobile phone used for receiving and making calls. Now, apart from that, we have so many other components in that. We have a camera, we have an alarm, we have a radio, we have MP3, we have videos. You can watch this, you can watch that. You can do so many things out of the camera, out of your mobile phone. The only thing that it doesn't have is a mixer and a grinder. So that's the situation now. So there you will know, in that 6 by 2 inches toy and the slimmest and the thinnest, which is about 3 to 4 millimeter, you can imagine the size of the sensor. So that's where the whole difference is. So I would not advise you to use the mobile phone to take pictures if you're looking at serious pictures. If you're looking at taking pictures for your clinical work, for your academic work, no, mobile phone is not the camera. Next is point and shoot. These are the point and shoot cameras. Compact cameras are the consumer cameras. Again, they have a fixed lens. The lens is somewhere in the center. You have a flash on the side. The light doesn't fall on the subject evenly, so that's a great disadvantage. The sensor size again is very small. The resolution is not as good as even your mobile phone cameras. So it's only ideal for casual photography, where it's very portable. You can slip it in your pocket and take it. Good for your parties, picnics, and casual photography, group pictures, and any nonsense you want to shoot. Mobile phone camera, and this is the next available camera that for not serious photography, anyways. Coming to serious photography, the entry level is a bridge camera. So we also call it a prosumer camera. It's a good serious camera to start with. If budget is an issue, then you can go in for this bridge camera. It's got advanced features where it's got a lot of control on your exposure and light control. I'll tell you what an exposure in the next few minutes. And you can capture pictures in a raw format. So later on, editing it, processing it, a lot of options. The only disadvantage here is the lens is fixed, but the present day bridge cameras have a wide range of the focal length. So we can take pictures from as low as 11 to 16 mm to as far as 600 mm. But the disadvantage is if you want to do macro photography, we don't have enough options for a macro lens in a bridge camera. But you can also do clinical photography. You want to take pictures of your patient portrait. You want to take a picture of your patient smiling or the front teeth visible, or you want to take a picture of just the anteriors. You want to take a picture of the nose, the eyes, the tongue, whatever. Yes, you can still use a bridge camera. But if you want to take a picture of a particular tooth, maybe you want to take a picture of the third molar and a flap raised as a third molar, or a restoration on the second molar, then we don't have the options of macro lens in this particular camera. So I would rule out this camera for specific situations in clinical photography or dental photography. But yes, if budget is an issue, you can go ahead with this till you can afford to buy, or you can convince your parents to buy you a DSLR. The best, of course, is the DSLR, the digital single lens reflex. Of course, they are a little expensive, but looking at the quality images that we get, and if you can afford it, it's good. They give you very good quality pictures, ideal for serious work. We can change the lenses, and we have a wide range of lenses. So you can basically use it for whatever application that you have. You have a control on everything a camera can be controlled. So you can control the light. And the best thing is these cameras are useful in very compromised situations. So even if the light is very low, you can still take pictures. So I would swear by DSLR for any serious photography. What do you need now, to take pictures? So what's the ideal equipment is you need a camera. When I say a camera, it's not an expensive camera, a good camera. We also get good cameras today, which are not very expensive. The expensive cameras are there for people who would want that kind of a picture where they would get at least some revenue out of it. So today I'm into professional photography. I make a living in photography. I do commercial photography. So I need that high-end quality images, which my client pays me for. So I've invested in very expensive equipment, but everybody does not have to do that. Unless you're not going to get any money from your camera, or the pictures, don't really invest. Unless you have got that kind of excess money where you can just splurge, so otherwise don't bother. You get some good cameras which are inexpensive. I'll tell you at the end of the presentation what you would get at what cost. So then you need a light source. Here we call it the flash, so call it the light source, because most of the pictures that you would be doing will be indoors. So you're doing it in the artificial light or not natural light. You're not doing pictures outdoor. If you're shooting outdoor, you don't need a flash. But since we're talking of photography in dentistry, yes, you would need a flash. Most of the cameras come with the flash which is attached to the body of the camera, but I don't suggest that. So you need to have an additional flash. You need to have different lenses. Of course, the cameras come with the kit lens, but that would not be really sufficient for dental photography. They are ideal for your portrait photography, take pictures of the patient face and, as I said, lip, nose, eyes, whatever ears. But if you're looking at dental photography, you want to take pictures from inside the mouth, the palate, the tongue, or the lingual surface, or whatever, or the uvula or soft palate, then you would need a different lens. So we're going to talk about lenses in a while. You need a storage media, so they come with the chips and the cards the cameras come. So you also better to have an additional storage media like a hard drive or something, so where you can safeguard your images, because we are talking of starting your career now. So start taking pictures and start storing them. You will never know, you might need a picture that you take next week, we might be needed 5 years down the line when you've done a series of cases and then you're doing your master's or you're doing a PhD or you are doing a research and you want to make a presentation. So make sure you have a good storage media. Don't buy things from the Chinese market. So buy good ones so you can save. I have more than about 30,000 pictures today. And for me, the storage media is very important. I cannot afford to lose my pictures. If I lose my pictures, I'm done. So after dentistry, I'm doing photography, then I have to do something else. I have to look at something else, some other profession. Yeah. And tripod, yeah, maybe if you are looking at, especially if you are in orthodontics, then yeah. So I would suggest the students today who have taken orthodontics, where you might need to take different pictures. I'll show what are the different views. So instead of a handheld, if you make the patient or your client or consumer, your customer, whatever you call them, sit there and you put on. So all your patient pictures would be looking similar rather than handled. The angulation would change. You would go closer to the patient, or you. So tripod would be useful. And most important are for dental photography, something known as intraoral reflectors. You can make a note of it, and intraoral and cheek retractors. So this is something that I would add for dental and oral and intraoral photography. So these are the things that you would need. Ideally, this should be your photographic gear or your kit. Your kit should have this. Tripod, I put it in red. Unless you're in like orthodontics, don't bother. Sometimes it's a pain carrying this tripod. I don't have a tripod, so I don't really advise, but if you have, you have. Okay. What are the basics of photography? Like, we have basics in every aspect of science, be dentistry, medicine, you're going to become a chef, or you're going to be an engineer or architect, anything. There are basics that one has to learn to advance to the next level. So basics of photography is basically something that I always stress on is image composition, because that is something that immediately appeals to a person who sees your image. Okay, lighting. Okay, lighting is very important, because basically when we talk of photography, photo means lighting, graphy is writing. So writing with light is photography. So lighting is very important. Obviously, if I switch off all these lights, you can't take a picture. So lighting is important. Exposure, which is controlled by two components, the aperture and the shutter speed, and also the ISO, which I'll talk when I talk about exposure. Something that's important is white balance, because we're talking of the patient. We're talking of the face. So the color of the skin varies from the Caucasians to the people who are fair, the people who are brown, people who are colored. So there are different skin colors. I would not like to call them the dark or black or white. No, the fair and the not so fair and the brown skin. So white balance plays a very important role when we're looking at the different skin color. And also, it would be very useful when you're talking of the color of the lesion, especially who are going to do your oral surgery or periodontics or whatever, wherever you're talking of lesions, your periodontia. So white balance is something that you need to give importance to. And the ISO, which again is directly related to the exposure. And the final part of thing is processing. See, sometimes we will not be able to follow everything, but then if you're shooting with a DSLR and when you're shooting in the raw format, we have a lot of scope for processing. So that doesn't mean that you color change the whole thing, no. But sometimes when we want to tweak, we want to tweak the images, we can use the processing tool. So these are the basics that you need to learn in the photography. Coming to exposure, basically what this exposure is the total amount of light that falls on the sensor. So we need good amount of light to fall on the sensor where you can capture the image. If the light is low, then you won't get a good picture. We would call it underexposed. If the light is too much or too harsh, then it would be the opposite of under, which is overexposed. So which is not going to be again pleasing. So aperture is controlled on your DSLR, and if you have a Canon body, then it is known as AV, and if you have a Nikon, it is known as A in that. So that's the aperture mode. So as we open the aperture, like you see on the left side, aperture is denoted by F/ and the numbers. So if you're opening up the aperture as in 1.2 or 2 or 2.8, you are allowing more light to fall onto the sensor. If more light, then it becomes overexposed. It kind of looks whitewashed. As we start closing the aperture, the number increases: f4, f5.6, f8, f11, f16, f22. As we increase the number, the aperture closes to a pinhole and less light falls. Why am I telling you this is, if you're doing outdoor shooting, if the day is very bright, if the sun is very bright, if you're shooting at about 1-ish, then you close the aperture so allow less light to fall onto the sensor. If you open up, it becomes too bright. So this is something that you need to understand. If you open up the aperture, more light. If you close the aperture, less light. So this is a picture to show what is underexposed on the left, right exposure, adequately exposed, overexposed on the right. Same thing with, in clinical situation, this is underexposed because the light on the lesion was not sufficient. But when you use a proper light, you're getting a good exposure. So that is what it is to have the correct exposure. Coming to image composition. Image composition is the art of combining elements to produce a harmonious and make the image good appealing, put things together. It's like, putting the right ingredients in the right places at the right time, so you get a good end result. So here the end result is the picture. So to give a balance to the picture, we have to put the things in the right way. And we have some guidelines. Of course, image composition is left to your creativity. But having said that, there are certain guidelines that we need to follow, and we call them the rule of thirds. So we have rule of thirds here in your dentistry. When you take the face, you have. So we have the same thing. We have 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines, imaginary lines, and they meet at 4 points. So what research has done, and people have done the study, and they say the maximum concentration is at the intersection of these lights. So we need to make sure that we position or we compose the image in such a way, we position the subject or the object the places where the lines intersect. So that is where the maximum concentration of the viewer is. So make sure that you follow the rule of thirds when you compose your images. Some examples of image composition. Coming to dental composition, of course, here you can't put it to the concentration, to the point of intersection, but when you want to take picture, for example, of the teeth on the lip, basically the teeth, the patient is smiling, or you have done a beautiful restoration on the anteriors and then you want to take a picture of the anteriors, make sure you give some breathing space around your image. Don't go very close to the teeth or the lips or the nose or the ear or the eye or whatever. Always give some breathing space. So this is what is important in your dental composition. Include a bit of the tissues around when you take pictures. And when we think of composition, we also look at orientation. So, this is a picture taken showing the pre and the post in orthodontics, correcting the crossbite or whatever, anterior crossbite. So orientation is very important. So if you have taken a picture, the one on top, which is a pre-op, one below is the post-treatment picture, make sure you follow orientation. Because you have taken this picture 6 months later or 3 months, whatever time duration, I'm not sure about it. So make sure that you orient your pictures. So once you start following your guidelines, your pictures automatically are in good orientation. So you won't have a confusion later on. See pictures which have not been oriented properly. When the patient came for pre-treatment, this is for a rhinoplasty, one on the top. The orientation is so bad. Though the result is good, you're not really able to appreciate the exact result and the kind of result the operator has achieved. So it's very important that you have your own guidelines. So, but make sure over a period of time when you're taking series of pictures, pre-op, intra-op, pre-treatment, intra-treatment, post-treatment, whatever, you follow this orientation. So tomorrow when you put these pictures in an order, in series, they would look good. Like what you're seeing now, See, you can really appreciate the rhinoplasty here because the orientation has been followed. So that is something that I want to insist here and emphasize here. Make sure that you give breathing space around your subject, the lip or the teeth or whatever. Concentrate on the orientation. See, bad orientation. So I wouldn't approve. I would just scrap these images. I wouldn't even appreciate the treatment result here. So, yeah, because you can play around and with the light you can mask any result. So I would not appreciate the result. Maybe it is done intentionally also, just change the orientation to show that the result is good. So there are many ways people can start assuming and looking at things. Bad orientation. So we are not able to appreciate here. This is a good orientation. So something that I would insist, especially if we're looking at patient records pre and post, concentrate on orientation. And for those of you who are doing oral surgery post-graduation, when you're taking pictures of surgical views, make sure you include some region of the anatomy. Otherwise, it's very difficult. If you're seeing this picture, you don't even know which area this is. But when you include the nose, the maxilla, so you're working in the region. So it's very useful. Otherwise, just taking a picture of this lesion here, you would not know where it is. You would think whether it's the buccal mucosa, lingual mucosa, palate. But since we have included the tongue and the teeth here, this is on the. So make sure you include some aspects of the regional anatomy or anatomy that is around, so it's easy. Tomorrow you also, when you have thousands of pictures of surgical views, you will also not remember where you've taken this picture. White balance, basically it's a color temperature. Why I insist is, before that, here we have this preset modes on the camera. So there are 6 different settings: daylight, shade, cloudy, fluorescent, tungsten, and flash mode. This picture will give you how the color changes, basically from the cooler side to the warmer side. So why I'm insisting here is, when you take pictures, make sure that you follow the same white balance for all the pictures. of that particular patient. Otherwise, you'll have a lot of confusion. The skin tone changes, everything changes. So you'll not be able to appreciate tomorrow if there has been a good result in your treatment. I would advise, in my experience, for clinical photographs, for our Indian skin, it's better to either keep shade, daylight, or cloudy. In my personal experience, I always follow cloudy or the shade. Daylight also is not very ideal for our Indian skin. Maybe you can choose between shade and cloudy. See, this is what has happened. Somebody has not followed the white balance. So when the patient came for the pre-treatment, it was on a different, it was on a warmer side, maybe cloudy or thing. But when she went back post-operative, it was on a cooler side, maybe a tungsten. So this is something that I want to insist. Always keep the same white balance. Don't keep changing. Coming to flash, we have different flash sources, and the best that I would suggest is don't use the direct flash, the flash that is there on your camera body. Either an attachment like what I'm showing on this picture here, or the pop-up flash, because it throws a very harsh light and not onto the subject, covering it entirely. So the best thing is a ring flash, which gives you a good clarity of the image, including, you can see a pit here on the enamel. What is the intensity, and the beauty is you can control the intensity of the light. You take a picture, you find it a little intense, harsh, reduce the intensity. Take another picture, still harsh, reduce. So you can control the intensity. That's the best flash source, light source, if you're looking at dental photography. There is no second thought, no compromise, no negotiation on this. This is what a picture you would get with a direct flash. See the beauty with a ring flash. So those of you in orthodontics, there's no negotiation. You want to take good pictures? Don't buy a ordinary mobile phone. Don't go for an iPhone, but invest on your ring flash. Yeah. See the pictures from a ring flash. They're crisp, beautiful, and you'll feel proud to show these pictures later on. ISO is something known as Indian International Standard Organization, but the thing that ISO is, if the light is low, daylight, if you're taking a picture at 6 o'clock in the evening, if the light is low, even after you open your aperture completely, if your picture is still underexposed, or if you're taking a picture in your clinic using the flash, still it is a little low. The beauty of ISO is it will bring in, this is the button on the camera, it will bring in more light onto the sensor. That is the computerized thing in your camera. It will bring in more light onto your sensor. So increase the ISO. But again, when you increase, the ISO starts from 100 or 200 in certain models of camera today. So from 100, you can start increasing 100, 200, 400, 800, and so 1600. But the more you increase, we also have to remember it brings down, it brings in certain amount of noise. You can see all the haziness here, the dotted things are shown as noise. So we also need to understand you can't increase the ISO beyond a certain level. So always make sure you're not over enthusiastic in increase, but to a certain, it depends on the body that you have, the camera body. Certain bodies you can extend, you can increase up to 1600. After that, you will start getting these grains or this noise. But certain bodies, high-end bodies, you can go up to 3200, 16,800, whatever. And the professional body that I have, I can go up to about 256,000. So that's the beauty of the sensor. That's why they are expensive, and that's why they're different from your mobile phone cameras. Coming to shutter speed is the time it allows for the light to fall on the sensor. But as far as we are talking of dental photography, I don't go into much detail. It's more for other kinds of photography where you're shooting high-speed photography and things like that, but not for dental photography. But here in dental photography, you make sure that you shoot from 1 by 1/25 second. 1 by 125, 1 to 125 of a second, or 1 by 250 of a second. So that's where, with your handheld, you get good pictures, sharp pictures, you don't get blurred pictures. Anywhere below 1 by 125, 1 by 60th, if you're looking at close-up photography, dental photography, going for a tripod. Handheld, you can't really. So I won't go into details of shutter speed because that's not in the purview of this lecture. Coming to the intraoral photography or dental photography, Kiran, are we good on time? Another 10 minutes, I'll finish.
Dr. Ravi, Kiran had to leave urgently for a meeting. I'm
Okay.
here. Yeah, you could continue.
Yeah.
You have another.
Hello.
Hello. I can't hear. Am I good to go for 10 minutes? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
You
thanks.
can continue for 10 minutes, Ravi, and Dr. Girish Gireddy will conclude the session.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
I am online.
All right. Hi, Girish.
Hello.
Hi, Girish.
Hi.
Yeah. So if you're doing dental photography,
Fine. How are you?
yeah, please stop using your mobile phone cameras. We need to have specific equipment for intraoral photography. That's what I'm going to talk about now. The most important is a macro lens, a DSLR and a macro lens. Of course, I've mentioned 100 mm here, but even a 90 mm is okay. If you have a 90 mm, no harm. 90 mm and above is something that you would need for a dental photography. And one thing is a good body. Don't use this flash. Never use this flash, the pop-up flash. Use a 100 mm or a 90 mm macro lens and either a ring flash or a twin flash. This is a twin flash. Also is good and better than a ring flash, but this is an expensive buy. But that's why I insist, if you can afford, a twin flash is very good. But if you cannot afford, as of now, ring flash is the must. Please avoid using the pop-up flash. Ring flash or the twin flash are the best for dental photography. These are the pictures I would get from a ring flash. See the quality of images. And coming to the intraoral visibility, if you want to take pictures of the lingual tissues or your lingual teeth, or the visibility becomes difficult. One is you'll have to ask the patient to open the mouth very wide, and it's not easy to go into the patient's mouth to take pictures. So what we have to do is we have to use reflectors. These are a set of reflectors that are used for intraoral photography. They're not expensive. The set costs about 10 to 1200. It's not difficult. See the quality of pictures that you would get. So it's very important. This is a picture of the lower arch entirely. And believe me, this picture has been taken by the photographer standing in front of the patient. So he's not gone into the patient's mouth. So it's very important, proper visibility, good details, and most important is comfortable to the patient. See the quality of pictures that we get with a reflector. You can also, especially your orthodontic guys, the orthodontic PGC, the quality of image you'll get with this is your lingual orthodontic. So you get good quality pictures. So investment in a set of reflectors is very important. Pictures with a reflector. And please don't use your fingers for guard check when you want to retract tissues. Use proper retractors. Okay, these are the kind of retractors, these self-retracting retractors, or you have this, and most of the institutions, clinics have this. So all that you need to do is just use the retractor. One is patient is comfortable, your images are good. Okay, and over a series of pictures, you will get good pictures, and it's easy for us to show them side by side also. For dental photography, retractors are a must. Reflectors, retractors, no second thought. And always shoot on the manual mode. If you're buying a DSLR, don't put it on the auto mode and shoot this. The green rectangle that you say is the auto mode. In some companies, they call it the A mode, auto mode. So don't put them in the auto mode. The most important is the manual mode. Coming to depth of field, when I'm talking depth of field means the sharpness of the image or the blurriness of the image. Here, if you see the picture on the left, the front the image is sharp, whereas in the background it is blurred. So here it is, this is known as the depth of field. This picture, if you take, it is sharp. What controls the depth of field is the focal length, when we spoke about the exposure. So if you shoot at anywhere opening up the aperture, f 1.4, 2.8, 4, then you get a blurred. It is also known as bokeh. You get a blurred image. But for your clinical pictures, you need to shoot from f11 and above. Okay, make a note of that. For dental pictures, clinical pictures, intraoral pictures, don't shoot below f11. So when you shoot at f11, that means the aperture is already closed half. From f22, you have closed half the aperture. That means you have to have more light. So you will need the use of a flash. So if you want a good picture showing even the third in focus, then f11 and above. If you want this kind of a dramatic image with the background blurred, like you're seeing me, my background is blurred now, then going for f5.6 and below. Yeah. So ideal setting for our dental photography, white balance, daylight or shade is okay. Picture style, standard. Don't go for other modes because standard gives the color picture, the exact picture of the skin color. Metering, there's another thing that's known as spot metering. Metering mode is there. Go to your DSLR, put it in the spot metering. That means it brings light onto the subject. Flash setting is in a manual mode, so you can control the intensity of the light. And shooting mode, single shot. Ideal setting for dental photography, don't shoot with the patient on the dental chair. Have a well-lit room, preferably a white LED light. Don't put the yellow lights because it changes the tone of the skin. Always use a white LED light in your dental operatory or in a specific area where you are going to take pictures. The room should be well lit. Good backdrop. For the Indian skin, a dark backdrop is better. Dark, black, gray or green. Don't use light backdrop because that will also reflect light onto your sensor and the image gets overexposed. Always a dark color backdrop is good. Aperture f11 and above. Shutter speed 1/125 of a second above is good. ISO 100. Some cameras today models come with 200, so 200 is good. Patient to be seated upright on a chair with backrest. White background, make it. This is for the thick. White background does for the white skin, but for our Indian skin, go for a dark background. Interpupillary line parallel to the floor. Head straight, eyes facing the lens. Uniform magnification. So that means you maintain the same distance each time you take picture of different patients or of the same patient. Focus on the eyes and teeth, then you are also parallel. Your image is going to be sharp. And always make sure there's space around the subject. And if you're doing portrait photography, the upper border of the shoulder should be visible. Intraoral, completely reclined, stand in front of the patient, top, shoot from top, cheek retractors, must. Isolate blood and saliva. Twin flash is good, but if you don't have a twin flash, use a ring flash in a manual setting. Avoid the TTL mode. TTL is through the lens mode because you don't get a good picture. Always shoot in the manual mode. And ensure uniform magnification if you're looking at the dental photography. So today you've taken at 1:10. Maintain the same thing. Different views for dental photography, portrait, smile, and right lateral, left lateral, occlusion, just the upper anteriors, upper occlusal, lower occlusal. These are most important or more important for the ortho guys and maybe even those guys who are doing your restorative work and all those things. These are the different views. The same things can be used for your tabletop or model photography or for your instruments and things there, but these are all shot with a ring flash. So make sure with a ring flash. There are different processing tools. I use an Adobe Photoshop, which is because more of a professional, but most of the cameras come with their own softwares which the manufacturer provides. And these days, if you follow all these settings on your camera, there's little you need to do. Maybe just crop the image or just tweak it a little bit regard to composition or increase a little bit of light or contrast or whatever. So processing itself is a different subject, so I won't go into details of that. But processing is very important. Yeah. How to make a good photograph? I'll quickly take you through the steps. Understand your camera, because each camera, each model is different. Read the camera model manual. Understand your camera. Set the camera's resolution to take high quality photos. Better have a bigger card so that you can have more. Don't be very conservative in that and take low quality images. Always take high quality images. Take your camera everywhere. Find photo opportunities. That's how you understand your camera and learn to take good photographs. Go outside and shoot. Motivate yourself to take more pictures, because the more you shoot, the more experience you get and the more you learn. We learn with mistakes. So I am a self-taught photographer. I never went to any formal course or didn't learn. I learned by experimenting. So that's how we learn. Set your white balance. That's very important. I've already stressed on that. Compose your shots well. Follow the rule of thirds. Try interesting angles. Of course, this is not in dental. In dental photography, please don't try any interesting angles. I'm talking of other kinds of photography. Avoid shaking the camera and hold the machine sturdy. So means to say, if you're handheld photography, shooting handheld, don't go below 1/125 of a second. Go through your photos. Always don't be afraid to delete pictures, because if it only clutter your hard disk. So whatever is not good, just delete. Shoot. Take as many photos as possible. So coming to the last part, if you have some of you have questions, what to buy, understand how serious you are, what is your need, what are your applications, and what is the budget. This is something that's very important, because DSLR start as low as 30,000 to a couple of lakhs. The sky is the limit. So what is your budget? Tips when you're buying: understand your application, go for a good brand, go for a model that has features which will suit your applications. Don't buy from the gray market, don't buy from your national market and all those things. Buy from a good reputed dealer with a warranty, and of course a budget. And you can also always consult a professional or somebody who knows, who's in this business, to help you better. So for a beginner, you can just take a snapshot of this, take a picture, and a kit like this would cost you something about 35 to 40,000. Of course, without a macro lens. But if you're going for a macro lens is a little expensive. So with a macro lens, Canon or Nikon would be about $1.5 lakh. But if you're going for a third-party macro lens like Tamron or Sigma, the whole kit would come to about $1 lakh or so. Otherwise, with ring flash, a third party will be about $1 lakh. So if you're looking at a DSLR for your serious work, so that's how it is. Girish or Namita, I can stop. If you have 5 minutes, I can just show the youngsters some pictures, so they know this guy has spoken for the last half an hour, 1 hour now. If they want to see some of my pictures, I can quickly take them, otherwise I'm done.
Yeah, you can continue, Ravi. You can show some more pictures. No problem.
Yeah, this has got nothing to do with dental photography. And at the end of this presentation, I'll give you my contact details. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram. You can take my number. You can WhatsApp me. WhatsApp is better. If you want to learn something, I'm more than happy to teach. You can email me with any queries. I'm happy to share, because here we are not interacting, so I do not know what your ideas are, what your questions are. Feel free to contact me on WhatsApp or through email. I'll be happy to answer if you have any questions. I started shooting from 2007. My first camera was a Canon. I'm a Canon guy today. I'm also a mentor for Canon. There's a lot of disturbance from your side. I think somebody needs to mute their audio. Okay, I started with my first body was a Canon 40 body, which I earned from my practice, but was hard-earned money. My first lenses were 18-55 and 55-250 lens. These are the kit lenses that come with the camera body. Some of my images, I am more into wildlife, but I also do a lot of other genre of photography. I do commercial photography. I do glamour photography, portrait photography, street photography. I'm basically in every kind of photography, but my strength and my interest, my passion is wildlife. I also shoot for Nat Geo. So my images are there in Nat Geo. I do it as a profession, and I also teach people to shoot in the wild. So most of my pictures are from Africa. Of course, some of them are from the Indian forest, but these days, the last 7 years, I've been only going to Africa. So I have a business there and I shoot 6 months in a year, I'm in Africa. So these are, most of my pictures are from Africa. I won't go into the details. You can just have a look at them. One of my favorite animals are the cats, so the big cats. And I am part of the conservation of cheetah. So you find a lot of cheetah pictures in my collection. Some of my pictures from Africa. Some pictures, you use high-end lenses. So these are the pictures where you get a close-up. This is from my 500mm f4. So we shoot a lot of pictures. Of course, shooting pictures in the wild, you need a lot of patience. For this picture, I have spent about nearly 8 hours. I was following this cheetah from about 7 in the morning, and this is a picture I could get about 4:30 in the evening. So there's a lot of patience that you need to have if you're into wildlife and nature photography. Nobody's going to come and stand and pose in front of you, so you have to. There are days when I've done a full day safari from 7 to 7 and I've come back with no pictures. So just enjoyed nature. So that's how it is. That's how it works. And you need to wait, for that glamorous shot that you want. You just have to wait. Otherwise, you just go shoot, and then it's all that what you want. As you know, if you want to have a good biryani, you need to really invest in the equipment, in the ingredients, put your heart and soul, spend a time of 45 minutes to 1 hour to make that biryani, and it's going to be tasty. But if you want a quick one, that's the difference. I do a lot of abstract photography in the wild also. I just try to play around with my toys. This is the picture that you can get, when we say DSLR, with absolutely no light, just with the light, with the moonlight. You can pump up the ISO and take if it is a high-end camera. So a lot of wild pictures. Cats are my favorite. And I always like the cats to look into my eyes. So I spend a lot of time waiting for them to look into my eyes. So most of my pictures. So we also have the mother who disciplines in the wild. So mother is a mother. I love big animals looking into my eyes. These are some of the pictures apart from wildlife. This is in Bangalore. Those of you from Bangalore or visited Bangalore, this is in Lalbagh. Some of my pictures are also used for, was used by the Karnataka state government for their calendar in 2011 or 12. Yeah. I do a lot of tabletop photography. I do commercial photography. I do food photography. I earn money by shooting pictures for restaurants, for their brochures and for menu cards and things like that. Some creative photography, just time pass. These are all pictures taken for the commercial ventures. This is my daughter. These are some pictures for the celebrities for their portfolios. This was for laser hair removal company, and they pay good amount of money, so you could earn good money as well. Glamour photography, some creative photography. So this was again for somebody's portfolio. Model photography for some brochures again. This was for the Levi's, In fact, this picture is there on their wall in most of the showrooms now. And this was just like out of the blue, they asked me to send, and I sent a picture. This was actually my jeans, and I was just getting ready to go for the shoot, and then I took a picture, and they paid me quite a bit for this image. So just keep your eyes open, you see a lot of things. And this was for if somebody has gone to Sunny's on Lavelle Road in Bangalore, I shot this for them. So coming to what Gandhiji said, don't hear evil, don't see evil, don't speak evil, but things have changed now. We're in a different era. So it's all about, we are promoting seeing things through the lens now. So take photography seriously. Dental photography is very important and it's very useful. No mobile phone camera at all. DSLRs are must. So this is the take home at the end of my presentation. Ideal lens is at least a 90mm or 100mm 2.8 macro. Best flash system is a ring flash or twin flash. And I've given you all the settings, so make sure you have the setting. Never shoot in an auto mode. Always shoot in the manual mode. Retraction, isolation, and contrast is a must if you want. And use a good software for processing your images. So photography, one of man's greatest inventions, creates inspiration and motivation. I have been motivated, and I always like to motivate people to take this photography seriously. It opens our mind and heart to explore. Use this wonderful process to create images, and that would last with you till the end. My 2 cents, as a senior in the profession now, my gray hair, and I've spent goddamn 25 years in the profession. So be as youngsters now starting on your new journey of your masters. You are going to be a family now for the next 3 years with your colleagues, with your seniors, with your juniors, with your teachers, whatever. Be there for 1 hour, 1 year, one other. It's not a competition. Each one has got their own skill set. Each one has got their own talent. Each one has got their own advantage. Each one has got their own brilliance. So never get into a competition. It will only hurt you. It will only kind of make you crazy. If you have problems, talk with people, sort out issues. If you have a concern, talk to your teachers. If somebody is bothering you, bullying you, talk it out. If they have nobody to talk to in your setup, talk to a counselor. Don't do anything to yourself. Don't get into a depression. We are in a bad world now, bad times. I don't know how long this COVID is going to last. We are 6 months into it, so we pretty learned how to live. But if you have a problem, talk it out. There are people who are going to listen to you. Don't get into a bad situation where you sulk, and we are going to come across a lot of challenging situations, but then talk it out. Keep yourself active, do other things other than reading. Only reading will not take you anywhere, believe me. I also read. I did my master's. I went to UK, I worked there, came back. I'm doing something else. So read as much as you have to read. Don't read too much also. I know the teachers who are hearing me might not be very happy, but I'm telling from my perspective, don't read too much. Read other books also. But whatever you read it with attention, try to grasp, so you don't have to read it again. Keep gadgets away, keep your mobile phone away, because that's going to kill us, man. Eventually it's going to kill us. Have human contact, do other things, do gardening, go cycling, learn cooking, play music, listen to music, dance. If nobody's there, put on the music, close the room, just dance like nobody's watching. It will help you. Cultivate hobbies, and most important, be positive. Nothing else. Not COVID positive, be positive. The rest all negative. Okay. Take care, guys. God bless you. Have a good day. These are my contact details, so you can reach me anytime you want. I'm open. And because don't call me. Generally, I don't take calls from unknown numbers. But if you WhatsApp me and then I store your number, I will take your call. Okay. Take care. God bless you. Thanks to you guys. So I'm done. Girish and Namita, I'm done.
Thank you, Dr. Girish. It was a wonderful safari to a beautiful.
You mean thank you, Dr. Ravi. You mean thank you, Ravi.
Over to Girish sir to end the session of day 3. Girish sir.
Hello. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. It was a wonderful day. We had very good since morning from Dr. Girish Rao, Dr. Manjunath, Puranik, Dr. Harikiran, Dr. Ravi, Hebballi. Variety of speakers were there today. I'm sure students have enjoyed a lot. They have learned a lot. While in the morning it was mostly about subject and a little bit off beat. I think Ravi Hebballi gave us about on photography. Of course, it was to do with dental photography in particular. But he even helped us understand that photography elsewhere also can be very challenging. He showed us nice photographs from the wild as well. It was very enthralling. It was a good day. We hope everyone could hear, see our speakers clearly. We had a wonderful day. I thank all the speakers, moderators, and the team IGCA. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Girish. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Ravi.
Thanks.
Yeah, it was a wonderful talk. I heard once again, it has been year after year we are hearing you about white balance, exposure, depth of photography and so on. It was wonderful once again listening to you. nice to see you kept yourself very good in COVID times as well. Very nice to see you, Ravi. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Keep it up. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for being here with us on day 3. Not to forget to inform you that your feedback is very important. Please check in on your registration page of IJCA where you have logged in, signed in, and please give us the feedback of day 3. We will see you by 10 o'clock tomorrow for our last day, day 4 of Prologue 2020.